Good morning. Welcome to the 2025 Orange County Community Conference. How's everybody doing today? So we're bringing this to you in November. So who was here coming to these conferences when we were doing these in the summer? Yes, the summer. We used to do these in July, then it got pushed to August, and we did them in October. We're doing it in November. So the upside of November is we get this wonderful weather to start our day. And I'm happy that you are here with us today, this morning, at the Orange County Multicultural Center for the Community Conference. I hope you all enjoyed breakfast. Those are still partaking. It's from Corwin's Personal Chef and Catering Services, a small local business in Orange County who makes wonderful food, and they are happy to utilize them. If we couldn't give Corwin a round of applause, please. I'm Jason Reynolds. I am a Deputy Director in the Planning Environmental and Development Services Department. I will be your MC and host for today's community conference. Today's theme is Building Brighter Futures. I'm privileged to work with a great team of public servants focused on strengthening and engaging neighborhoods. Those are all the neighborhood services staff you see running around doing various things in the morning. Again, I'm your host for this morning, and we are forever grateful also to the staff who helped to plan today's conference. More about them later. But before we get too much further, I do want to do the presentation of the colors, the Pledge of Allegiance, and the National Anthem. We're going to start with the presentation of the colors by the Orange County Fire Rescue Honor Guard. Then the Pledge of Allegiance, if we can, and then the audience will stand. So we'll start with the presentation of colors. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated. Thank you again to the Orange County Fire Rescue Honor Guard. So, as you can imagine, a program like this takes hours and hours, hundreds of hours, and quite a bit of personnel time to make this happen. There's a small team of people who are planning this for next year's conference. They'll start on Monday, believe it or not. And that group is led by Rose Nancy Joseph, who I'm fairly sure is not in here because if you all know Rose Nancy, she will not want to be recognized. And Lauren, I don't know if Lauren is here. Lauren is in here, but we'll make sure we bring them front. Yes, thank you. And there's an entire team, but we want to bring them front and center. Again, I'm truly happy to be among you all. We have dedicated neighborhood and community leaders here this morning. Today promises to be information-packed. There are a number of topics, a number of workshops here with information that's for you to help you from a personal level, from your organization level, to help you be thriving neighborhoods. But also, we want you to interact. We want you to network. The issues that you're having in your neighborhood are not that much issues from the people who live across Orange County. So I know I see that's the Orla Vista table right here. I wouldn't mind if the Orla Vista table started to maybe disperse a little bit and sit with the folks in the other parts of the county again. Actually, Orla Vista and Pine Hills don't count. You all are basically first cousins. We want some folks dispersed through the tables, get to know one another. Again, the issues you're having in your neighborhood are not that much different from the issues in another place. The only thing is your zip codes are different. So we want you to network, exchange telephone numbers, exchange email addresses. Some of you all have been coming to this conference for years and years and years and have never spoken because, I don't see them and I haven't seen them anywhere. So that's my challenge to you, the Orla Vista contingent right here, is to make sure that you are speaking. I know we have some folks from Azalea Park here, a couple folks, making sure that you are speaking and intermingling and getting to know your neighbors here. Again, take advantage of the workshops and the speakers. We hope you're prepared to take in all the information. But in addition to the group who helps organize this, we have sponsors today those are the financial might that make this day a success. So I want to recognize them before we get too much further. First, our presenting sponsor, and they're also in the lobby, is MME 1040 Service Center. We'll hold our applause to the end. Orlando Health, Fairwinds Credit Union, the Florida Community Loan Fund, and Wendover Housing Partners. If we wouldn't mind giving our sponsors just a quick round of applause. These sponsors have contributed in various ways to bring this programming to you. And they're also listed on your program this morning. So now we want to move to some door prizes. So this is one of my favorite parts of the conference where I get to ask some questions of you. So I have the first two people to register for the conference. Is Miss Courtney Dinkins Aka here? Courtney Dinkins Aka. All right, well, she was the first. It was a tie, actually. What about Levi Williams? Of course. So, yes, you will get a cooling, Miss Juliana has it, a cooling weighted blanket. So when I saw Miss Williams this morning, she is a very passionate neighborhood leader from Orla Vista.
Thank you, Mr. Tyson. Oh, my God.
I want to emphasize. We can take it out. We can do it. Oh, here's Rose Nancy. This is the Rose Nancy. I want to emphasize passionate with Miss Williams, passionate neighborhood leader. So I said to her when I saw her, which level of the passion, on the spectrum of passion, which one are you bringing to the conference today? Because I appreciate passionate neighborhood leaders and all that you bring, but this is a day of celebration. Tomorrow we can go back to the super passionate Miss Williams. All right, so next, this is my favorite question to ask. And I think I know who's going to, I know based on last year, we're going to have a run for the money this year. Who's lived in their zip code the longest? Thank you for the technicality. The question was, the county changed the zip code but didn't move. So we'll use the general area because we want to make sure we're capturing. So I know I can't start at 10 or 15 years because that's too low based on some of the faces I've seen here. So we'll call it zip code general area. If you've lived there more than 25 years, keep your hand up. Put your hand up. Okay, I need to go a little bit. Right? All right. So I'm not going incrementally. So more than 25 years in your zip code or general area. All right, all right. Now I have to jump a little bit because I have to make it a little more chat. More than 35 years. 35 years in your general area. Rose Nancy, I don't know if we have enough door prize presents the way this is going. All right, so now we're going to have to jump a little bit more. 45 years. All right, 45 years, more than 45 years in your general zip code or area. More than 50 years. Okay, so I see 4 hands, and the hands I expected. So more than, I don't want to start to date anybody now. But all right, so if you've been there more than 60 years. More than 60 years. Oh, both, we have 2 hands up. We have 2 hands up. Miss Virginia, and I don't know you in the back. Miss Carla. So we have 2 people more than 60 years in their zip code or general area. All right, hold on. Oh, we have 2. Okay, I don't want to get the real answer from you. But we have 2 winners who have been in their zip code or general area for at least 60 years. That deserves a round of applause. So the door prize for that is air purifiers with scented oil. And Miss Juliana is going to be presenting those to you. And all right, so the last one, and then we'll be moving to the keynote speaker. So we are, of course, trying to encourage the youth, younger folks to be a part of this conference. Some of you all, I've been with the county for, December will be 16 years. Some of you all have been involved since then and long before then. And I'm happy to see when we are bringing in younger people. I'm now of the age I can refer to folks as younger people. I'm happy to be here. But we had one young man, as of actively registering, so there might be younger people here, but he registered, Mr. Daniel Elliott. Are you here, Daniel? No, not yet? All right, well, also know that young people value their weekends and they don't want to wake up too early. But he's a chairman of the Neighborhood Grants Advisory Board, so he's already giving back to his community, and I look forward to presenting him. The door prize for him is 2 entrees and chips and queso from Chipotle. We know these young folks in their Chipotle. Very appropriate. All right, so enough of hearing from me. I would like to introduce our keynote speaker, Miss LaVon Williams. She joined Orange County. Yeah, can we get a, yeah. She joined Orange County in 1997 in the planning division and has been with Orange County for almost 30 years, serving in positions in the planning division. She was manager of neighborhood services for 15 years, manager of the community action division, and right now she serves as a deputy director in the community and family services department. She provides administrative oversight of several divisions, advances technology-related initiatives, and advances strategic initiatives. Please join me in welcoming Miss LaVon Williams.
I got this feeling inside my bones. It goes electric, baby, when I turn it on. Off to my city, off to my home. We're flying up, no ceiling when we in our zone. I got that sunshine in my pocket, got that good soul in my feet. I feel that hot blood in my body when it drops. Ooh, I can't take my eyes off of it, moving so phenomenally. More like the way we rock it, so don't stop. It's under the lights when everything goes.
You're good. Thank you. Thank you. If you don't have hype music, get you some hype music. How many people remember that show, Ally McBeal? Does anybody remember that show? So that's where I learned that you have to have a song in your head some days. That song that just says, I am here, I am present, and I am going to do the work that I was called to do. And so that's my hype song. So I appreciate you indulging me. I needed that. And so they played it for me earlier when I came in, but it's always good right before you do something that you're really, really nervous about, to have that hype song in your head. So thank you. Good morning, good morning, good morning. We're all in our places with bright, shiny faces. Good morning to you. So I am so excited to be here among fellow leaders, stewards of our community, and I am just elated because this is what I call the family reunion. This is where I come to see my cousins, my aunties, all of my uncles, and everybody. It just feels so good. It feels so good to be home. It feels good to be home. So let me gauge who's in the room, though, because the room has shifted since I've been here a little last. So I want to know who I'm talking to. How many of you represent neighborhood organizations, meaning you represent a neighborhood organization where you're not deed restricted? Okay. How many of you are in deed restricted neighborhood organizations? Wow. Wow. That is amazing. I am indeed at home this morning. I see so many familiar faces, and I've met some new people, and I'm really excited about building those relationships. This conference, this community conference, has been a staple of Orange County since 1993. 93. Uh-oh, got too close. Let me back up. Since 1993. So we have learned a lot since then. And we had, the original conference was in the the Orange County Commissioner Chambers at 201 South Roslyn. And there were maybe 20 to 30 neighborhood organizations represented there at that time. And look at us today. Look at us today. We've had an incredible journey. So, let me click. There we go. Some of you have known me for a long time. Jason went ahead and told on me and said I've been with Orange County for like almost 30 years. So, you all helped me grow up, you know? So I feel, that's why I say I'm home. Because you helped me grow up. You met me when I was 25. I'm not going to say how old I am now. I'm just going to say I was 25, roundish. And so if you would just indulge me a little bit, I want to catch you up and run down memory lane just a little bit and catch you up to where I am. So some of you knew me as the manager of the Neighborhood Services Division. And in addition to working with Orange County, I went back to law school and I became an attorney. So I've been a practicing attorney since 2009. I still worked with Orange County, but I've been side hustling it, kind of, working as an attorney. And I represent children. So I can't represent you all, obviously, but I represent children, so it's wonderful. I wanted to talk about my family. And because so many of you were there when I got married and when I had my babies, so I want to tell you where I am. I've been married to Ernest for 26 years, and that's our family there, or there on the screen up there. My Justin, the one in the middle, is now 24 years old. Those of you who remember that joy of going through pregnancy with Justin, yeah, it was a joy. But he's now 24 years old and doing phenomenal. He's got a master's degree in sports management and is working with the Orlando Magic. The other one, Jason, has a bachelor's from the Central Michigan University in Michigan and is working now in Detroit. And he works for a large company. He's a merchandiser for a large company. So they're doing great. And I just wanted to say all of that just to say thank you. You all helped me raise boys with integrity, good character. They're strong men, and I'm very, very proud. My cup runs over. My cup runs over. And it is because many of you in the room would babysit when we had community meetings, or would babysit when we were at the commission chambers or in different places. and would hold them for me and give them cookies and all of those things. And so I'm down memory lane and I'm a little emotional, but I just want to say thank you, Miss Chris, Mr. Brian, all of you who helped me raise the boys. So thank you. Got a click? Click? So today we're going to, I need to say thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you to Rose Nancy who invited me today. Thank you, Rose Nancy. Thank you to Jason, who I take credit for because I found him. I found him and brought him to Orange County. He was so funny. After a while, oh, hi, how you doing? After a while, he was working with Orange County, and we were doing, I think it was a performance review or something, and he said, we were talking about, well, what do you want to do, in your future, your career? And he said, I want your job. And I was like, this man is bold. But you know what? Thank God for that. Because look at him today. Look at him today doing amazing things. So I'm so very, very proud to know Jason. And then I want to acknowledge Tiana Davis. Tiana is one of the originals of the Neighborhood Services Division. I think you might be the last original on the team. Yeah, we started in 2002. And Tiana was with us when we transferred from the Planning Division and became the Neighborhood Services Division. So just wanted to say all of that. So this morning, we're going to talk about the importance of neighborhood leadership. Strong neighborhood leadership is vital for community well-being, and leaders play a crucial role in representing residents, fostering connections, and addressing local challenges. So, that works out. Look at that, it's amazing. Technology is amazing. So, as neighborhood leaders, you act as advocates, organizers, and liaisons between residents and external bodies. And by external bodies, we mean Orange County, for instance. Many of you represent your neighborhood in various Orange County capacities, whether you serve on advisory boards or go to community meetings or participate in events. That is a critical role for you as a leader. You help articulate community needs and mobilize resources to improve your neighborhood. We are eager to work alongside you to make Orange County the best that it can be. 23 years later, neighborhood services, 23 years later. And this is such an critical time because I call it just significant milestones. Let's just say that. It's a significant milestone because at this conference, we're kind of having a passing of the baton. So I pass the baton to Jason. Jason is now going to pass it to Brandy Driggers. It is phenomenal, phenomenal, phenomenal. Because you know what, you all? It's not about building monuments. It's about building legacy. Leave a legacy. Not just, say, well, I put that sign there or I made that neighborhood improvement. But to be able to say, I touched a life. I touched a life through the work that I did in my neighborhood organization. Being a resident leader is not always easy. And although we are community advocates, although we often organize people and we also galvanize and pull together resources, it can sometimes be so much more than that. Click the clicker. There we go. See, I'm getting this, y'all. I'm getting it. The benefits of local leadership for community well-being. So, I should start at the top of the page. There we go. This is such a critical time in our communities, such a critical time. There's so many things that are happening, and there's so many people who have needs. But we are here to build brighter futures together. We can do this, y'all. We are not just managing organizations. We are cultivating the ground where lives unfold. When I think about my own neighborhood organization, my homeowner association, I've been in my neighborhood almost 30 years, about as long as I've been with Orange County, and I've watched and some of us have grown older together. We've watched newer families come in and raise their children, or their parents get older. We've experienced that. We've watched generations. It is more than just about making sure that the grass is green and making sure that the trees are cut from over the sidewalks. Those are important. I don't want to minimize that, but it's about the lives that we touch. Local leaders play a key role in improving the safety through collaboration and proactive initiatives in our communities. We have the program. How many of you participate in the Safe Neighborhoods program? Yeah, the Safe Neighborhoods program helps to encourage and foster safety within our communities by letting us work together. Effective leadership fosters trust and cooperation among residents and strengthens social bonds. Leaders encourage residents to take ownership of their environment and build resilient neighborhoods. Resilient neighborhoods means that we find ways to live on beyond our immediate contributions. So let's take a quick moment and talk about effective tools and skills for neighborhood leaders, because that's what it's all about today. You're going to go through workshops, you're going to get information, and it's all about improving your own skills as an individual, but it's also about taking it out to your neighborhood. Neighborhood leaders today can benefit from practical skills and tools that enable them to communicate effectively. We navigate maybe complex bylaws, we mediate disputes, because there's always that resident, right? We've got one in my neighborhood. Yeah, there's always that resident. So we mediate disputes. We also balance budgets. Some budgets are bigger than others, but I declare, I'm convinced that no matter if somebody pays $1 or $500, they're going to drive you crazy to make sure you spend it right. So make sure that we balance the budgets. And we strive to maintain peace and beauty of our neighborhoods. It can sometimes feel like a thankless job, but never forget the profound impact that you're having on lives. Every well-maintained common area, every successful community event, every act of thoughtful governance adds up to a richer quality of life for our 1.5, and I can't remember, Mayor knows the exact number, but it's 1.5 million people in Orange County are impacted by neighborhood organizations such as yours. Oh, don't. It's always better with the sound effect, right? So, recognizing emerging leaders. This is an important part of being a leader in a neighborhood. It's not just about your own contributions. It's about helping people make their contributions as well. And so as neighborhood leaders, I want to challenge you today to look for those people in your community who you can help groom and mentor and develop so that the baton can be passed. That's what it's really all about. I'm going through a process now about discipleship. I'm learning that from a spiritual standpoint of why discipleship is so important. But I think it also applies in our communities. It's important that we teach others and that we help them grow and understand how to lead our communities. We must envision where we want our communities to go. It's not just enough to say what's going to happen at the next meeting. We need to think about where do we want to go 1 year from now, 5 years from now, 10 years. And if you really want to dream big, think 20 years down the road. What is our neighborhood going to look like? What is it going to feel like in 20 years? I'll give an example of my homeowner association. We have a meeting today, actually. And I live in a neighborhood that is now almost, I said, it was about 30 years old. And we have 101 houses in our community. We all live around a loop. We call it Rachel's Ridge. And it is a very vibrant community. But our homeowner association president has been the president for years. Not since the beginning, but for a number of years. And while she is very capable and able and consistent and she does great things, she is tired. You know, she's done the work. And so she's ready to turn over the baton. But it's not until she sent out this last newsletter that we all went, oh, we don't have another president. We didn't take the time to cultivate in the community. We didn't take the time to figure out who in the community could be the next best leader for us. And so today, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about who's going to take the baton from our current homeowner association president. It would have been better if we would have been able to say, even if it was just last year, and allow that person to shadow her and learn from her so that when they take the reins, it's not all learning by fire, right? How many of you did that? You learned it as you were going along? Yeah. But there's opportunity for us to teach and learn from one another. I'm trying to make sure I'm not going over. I'm good? I'm good? I need to wrap it up? Okay, let me wrap it up. I get excited, y'all. Okay, let me wrap it up. I'm going to go to the most important thing that I wanted to share at the end. Doing. Most of this I've already said. Oh, I want to talk about trust. Can I talk about trust real quick? Trust is so important because as neighborhood leaders, people put their trust in you. Be a person of integrity. Be honest. Be loyal. Be respectful. Make sure that people's trust in you is earned. And then understand the burden, not the burden, the joy of having that faith and trust. And so many of you know this already, but you know people aren't going to follow you unless they trust you. If you're wondering why people are not coming to meetings, or if you're wondering why they're not responding to the newsletters or they're not responding to emails, a lot of that has to do with building relationship and building trust. So think about, use today, there are many workshops today on that subject. Make sure that you're building the trust in your neighborhood. Okay, the last thing. So I talked about that I was the manager of neighborhood services. I want to talk really quickly about what I do right now, because it is an extension of my passion. Right now, I oversee I'm the deputy director for the Community and Family Services Department. And what we do is we provide social services and human relations for neighborhood and communities and individuals. So up there on the screen, you can see, hopefully you can see it, the 10 divisions that make up our department. And what I really, there's the mic on. What I particularly want to make you aware of is in this time where there are critical needs in our neighborhoods, where people are in need, please reach out to Orange County Community and Family Services. We have assistance programs. We have programs at our neighborhood centers for families and our community centers, such as this one, where families and individuals can come and get help, whether it's help with financial, whether it's help with getting food, whether it's counseling, working with children. We have all kinds of resources. So I want to make you aware. So write this number down, 407-836-7699. That number is the number to the assistance line for the Community and Family Services. And it is an important number for people to call if they are in need of assistance. So as you all are leaders in your community, and as you are encountering people who are in need, please get them in touch with us so that we can get them the help that they need. That number again, 407-836-7699. It is a pleasure. It was indeed my pleasure to be here with you this morning. I'm going to wrap up because they're going to kick me off in a minute. But I do want to give away 2 door prizes. Rose Nancy, is it time to do door prizes? Okay. So 2 door prizes. The first one goes to the person who attended the most oldest, however you say it, the What is it? The earliest, thank you, the earliest community conference. So who's been here, who attended the 1993 conference? Any of you? Anyone attended the 2000 conference? Brian, you were at the you were 97? I think you win. Anybody else been here before 97? Brian, you've won it. Brian Harris. That is amazing. 97, that was my first year. So the next question, thank you. You win a giant Jenga game. Oh, I want to come play. I want to play. Congratulations, Brian. My good friend. My good friend.
All right, everybody.
Here, I'm going to put it on the side here.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, look at
Thank you
there.
very much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Oh, picture. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mwah.
Thank you.
We have another prize that is going to the person, because if you were listening, I talked a lot, but if you were listening, I mentioned somebody who was a member of the original neighborhood services team. Who can remember? Who can remember? Raise your hand if you can remember. Yes? Yes, Rashida, you got it. You got it. So Rashida won. Thank you. Thank you so much, Tiana, for being the original. Keep it down. Oh, what is this? A giant Connect 4 game. I want to play that too. We have to have a, I don't know how you're going to get this. Can you get it? Is it heavy? No. Oh, okay. That's what it is. Congratulations. Thank you. So you all, thank you for letting me. Oh, thank you. Thank you for letting me hang out with you today. Rose Nancy, is there anything else I'm supposed to do?
Hello, everyone.
I got this feeling inside my bones.
Those of you who know me, I don't like the cameras, so I'm coming out in front of the mic just to recognize LaVon Williams for her leadership in Orange County, because she helped set the standard for neighborhood services through this conference that we've had annually. So thank you, LaVon, because you set the standard to where we are now, along with your team. And we want to present you with this little appreciation gift.
Oh my goodness.
And you guys heard that LaVon kept mentioning passing the baton. I would like to recognize two additional individuals, because she is the legacy builder, and they have continued and built on that standard. Jason Reynolds, thank you so much for your leadership. Come up, yes? He was not expecting this, so please forgive his facial expressions.
Yeah.
Jason Reynolds, please stand next to LaVon.
Yeah.
Jason is our outgoing division manager, and we just want to recognize him for his service, his leadership, his guidance, mentorship, his humor, for those of us who know humor.
Yes.
And finally, Brandy Driggers, our incoming division manager. Jason gets the gold bag. Just a little token of our appreciation.
Thank you so much.
And I just wanted to recognize this legacy, this historic conference, because we have all three managers here today, and it was not planned. It's just that this happened organically. So thank you so much, you guys. And I'm gone.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's about legacy. It's about legacy. Oh, let me get my iPad to me. Y'all, I tried to look smart having an iPad. Did I pass it off? Did it look good? Thank you. My son told me, please don't go up there with a bunch of paper. Thank you so much. Can I get turned off now?
Thank you, LaVon. Thank you from a professional standpoint. Thank you from a personal standpoint. 16 years ago, LaVon hired me saw something in me which I didn't see in myself, and nurtured me, brought me along, challenged me, was very hard on me in a way that only benefited me. So thank you, Levon. All right, so at this time, I'm going to ask you to look at your conference program, which we went very green and very lean this year. Instead of a booklet, we have a one-page cardstock. Familiarize yourself with the layout, which is here, where the restrooms and where your workshop rooms are. All of this information is also on the signs. Please don't worry if you can't remember which workshop you registered for. You can find them. They're on signs for you to locate. We are distributing prizes throughout the day. There are several prizes, exciting prizes, of which you'll get in the workshops and through the day. The exhibit area is right outside. You would have walked past it as you came in. Please go there, take in their information. We have several exhibitors with an abundance of information to pass on to you. Please make sure you're there, taking advantage of the information and the resources being passed on. We will meet. There's a workshop in this room right now that should have started a few minutes ago, but it's going to start. But we're all going to reconvene here at 11:30 for the chat with Mayor Demings. So you all will disperse, go to your respective workshops, and come right back here at 11:30 for the chat with Mayor Demings. Session A workshops are going to begin in 5 minutes. So we're running about 5 minutes behind. But if you all make your way, so if you're there's a workshop happening here. If you are here, please stay and move in the front. If not, please move to the other workshops. Enjoy the rest of your day. I will see you all throughout the day, and I'll see you back here at 11:30.
We specialize in tax preparation, immigration, notary, real estate, and the list goes on and on. Good morning. Thank you for choosing MMU. What brought you here today?
Good morning. Yes, I know it's after tax season, but I was looking to see if I could have my taxes filed.
Awesome. You've chosen the right place.
It's going to start, but we're all going to reconvene here at 11:30 for the chat with Mayor Demings. So you all will disperse, go to your respective workshops. Workshops are going to begin in 5 minutes, so we're running about 5 minutes behind. But if you all make your way, so if you're there's a workshop happening here. If you are here, please stay and move in the front. If not, please move to the other workshops. Enjoy the rest of your day. I will see you all throughout the day, and I'll see you back here at 11:30.
Take another breath. was 2016. So convinced you mean what you say when you're with me. Now I need fixing. Then it's 2018. Working every day to not let all this faze me, but I feel crazy. I don't wanna think about it. I don't like that I haven't been myself without it. I don't wanna beat around and tell the truth to me, baby. I would do it all so different. Can't believe I let you walk when I saw you slipping. I don't wanna talk but listen, I still need you. I've been up for weeks now, remembering to forget how you give me the benefit of the doubt, knowing how it really went down. Now you were blocked and deleted. I can't stand to know you were seeing through it. When my head and heart separated, you were the one between us. It was 2020. Now we're all inside and you jump back in my thoughts, and it's all too much. 2023 now, and I'm writing this song, but I wish I wasn't. Wish I felt nothing. I don't wanna think about it. I don't like that I haven't been myself without it. I don't wanna beat around and tell the truth to me, baby. I would do it all so different. Can't believe I let you walk when I saw you slipping. I don't wanna talk but listen, just listen. I've been up for weeks now, remembering to forget how you give me the benefit of the doubt, knowing how it really went down. Now you were blocked and deleted. I can't stand to know you were seeing through it. When my head and heart separated, you were the one in between them. What could I have done to make your feet stand your ground? Safe so you don't run. Say anything, I need you now. I don't wanna be 70 and full of regret. Baby, you and me, how can you not see it? I've been up for weeks now, remembering to forget how you give me the benefit of the doubt, knowing how it really went down. Now you were blocked and deleted. I can't stand to know you were seeing through it. When my head and heart separated, you were the one in between them.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here at our community conference. I'm very excited to announce our next speaker. We have Attorney Sean Smith. Managing Attorney Sean R. H. Smith practices in areas of wills, trust, estates, guardianships, Medicaid planning, and probate at RTR law. He was born on the beautiful island of Bermuda and was raised in Central Florida. Mr. Smith received his JD degree from Stetson University College of Law in 2000. Attorney Smith has been practicing law for over 20 years. He started his career as a prosecutor in Pinellas County, Florida. Attorney Smith handles a wide range of senior care legal matters. These issues are related to health care, long-term care planning, guardianship, retirement, Medicare, Medicaid, and other important elder care concerns. Due to his focus on elder law issues, Attorney Smith is more than equipped to handle the sensitive emotional and physical needs of seniors. Mr. Smith is married with 3 beautiful children, The family loves spending time together, traveling, swimming, camping, hiking, and canoeing. So please help me welcome Attorney Sean Smith.
Good morning, everyone. How are you doing today? I want to welcome you to what we're going to call the best session for this morning. And the reason why it's going to be the best session is not because I'm here, but more importantly because you are here, okay? Now, I need you to help me out because this is going to be an interactive session. It's going to be an interactive session. We've got some little ground rules that Mike has given me over there. Since we're recording, they're saying that I cannot run out there to you and talk to you guys. So I'm going to need you to be loud. And when I ask a question, we've got some people with mics. I'm going to need you to wait for them to come with the mics to you so you can answer in the mic. Do you understand me? I need you to say yes real loud. Yes. All right. So listen, we're going to go ahead and get started. We're going to talk about estate planning. If you're taking notes, we're going to be talking about 5 important documents. How many important documents, everybody? 5 important documents. Three of these documents are going to help you while you're alive, and 2 of the documents are going to help your loved ones after you pass away. 3 of the documents are going to assist you while you're alive, and 2 of the documents are going to help your loved ones once you pass away. So, without any further ado, and maybe you're looking, what's the first document that we're going to talk about? We're going to say it real loud? You didn't say it loud enough. Let's try it again on 3. 1, 2, 3. Power of attorney. Now, with a show of hands, how many people have heard about this document before? Oh, nearly everybody. So with somebody with a mic, if you can go to this table right here, somebody with a mic, go to this table with the gentleman with the orange shirt on. Anybody with a mic? Yes, with the orange shirt on. Go ahead and stand up. They're going to come to you with the microphone. The question I'm going to ask you is, what do you know about a power of attorney? Anything you know, remember, feel, used in regards to a power of attorney, you're going to give us some information. Does that make sense to you? And then when you stand up first, you're going to identify yourself with your name. Go ahead and stand up. They've got the mic to your left. Identify yourself.
Hi, my name is Jim Osting.
Hello, everyone say hello to Jim Osteen. Jim, what do you know about a power of attorney?
A power of attorney enables somebody to represent in the event that I'm unable to take care of my own affairs, either financially or for health.
All right, let's give Jim a hand clap. Very good, Jim. You did a good job. Don't be ashamed. Jim was mostly correct. I give him an A-. It allows someone to act on your behalf in reference to your financial affairs, okay? For example, when you go to the bank, if somebody's going to assist you with your banking, you would give them a power of attorney. If you need someone to sell your home, this person is going to assist you with a document called a power of attorney. Even if you wanted them to create some other legal documents for you, like a revocable living trust, you're going to be able to allow them to do this with the document called a power of attorney. Now, I want you to understand the difference here. We have a power of attorney, and there's also a document called a durable power of attorney. We have a power of attorney, but we also have a document called a durable power of attorney. Does anybody know the difference between a power of attorney and a durable power of attorney? Raise your hand. Anybody know the difference between a power of attorney? Justin, you raise your hand, so we're going to pick on you, Justin. Let's give it up for Justin. Give Justin a hand clap. Justin's over there trying to read the answers.
Now, I could be wrong, but I think the difference is a durable power of attorney can act on everything on behalf of the other person, while the power of attorney would be more like a limited authority on, like you said, financial matters.
I'll give you a B for that one. So the major difference between a power of attorney and a durable power of attorney, a durable power of attorney, you're able to act on the person's behalf even if they become, and the special word is, incapacitated. Everybody say incapacitated. You're not loud enough. Remember, we're recording this. Everybody say incapacitated. Incapacitated. Yes, incapacitated can be a legal term that basically means you cannot make decisions on your own behalf. So, for example, somebody calls me and says, listen, I want to get a power of attorney for my loved one. The question I'm going to ask them is, if I talk to your loved one about this document, explain to them what this document is, will they be able to understand me? If they tell me the answer is yes, then we'll go ahead and create a durable power of attorney for them. If they tell me the answer is no, most likely this person is what? Incapacitated. Are you following me? And so the document that you want to get, would you want to get a power of attorney or a durable power of attorney? Let me hear you. Yes, you want to get a durable power of attorney. Why would you want to get a durable power of attorney? Somebody raise your hand if they know why they would want to get a DPOA instead of just a POA. Anybody knows why you would get a durable power of attorney and not just a power of attorney? Go ahead and raise your hand. That's okay. If you don't raise your hand, I'm going to pick on you anyway. Let's go to this table right here with the lovely lady with the blue blouse on. Stand up and identify yourself for everybody.
My name is Shoshana Coburn.
Hello, Ms. Shoshana.
The person can't make decisions because they're incapacitated, so you want to make sure that you are able to make those decisions for them.
Absolutely. That's 110% correct. You want to make sure that the document that you have, once the person becomes incapacitated, you're still able to make decisions for them. So that's why you want to get a durable power of attorney on behalf of your loved one, or you want to designate somebody to be your durable power of attorney just in case you become incapacitated. Do we have any questions on that at this time? Question in the back. In fact, we have two questions, but questions, ladies first. Question in the back. Right to your right.
Oh, sorry.
There you go.
So
you're going to have to stand up for the cameras.
So my question is how does that get determined that person is incapacitated to even go forth with this document?
Oh, excellent question. The question was, how do you determine if somebody is incapacitated even to move forward with this document? So the first thing I'm going to do as an attorney, I need to make a reasonable assessment. And I'm no expert, but the law allows me to ask questions to determine their clarity. And sometimes it's fairly simple. Other times it may be close, and I'm going to make a judgment decision saying, listen, I don't believe that they can understand what I'm saying. I'm having discussions with them. They're not paying attention. They don't know what's going on. They can't respond to me. So I'm going to say, I'm not going to create a power of attorney on behalf of that person. Other times they will just tell me, like, no, they're just in the bed. They're sleeping. They won't know exactly what you're saying or what you're doing. So that makes it easy for us to know. But specifically speaking, if there's a question, we can litigate that issue. And that goes into another topic that I want to talk to you about real quickly. Is something called guardianship. Guardianship. If somebody is incapacitated and they cannot create this document, then we have to go through the guardianship process where we file a petition with the court, and the court will send 3 individuals to do an evaluation of this person, and their evaluation will come back to say whether or not this person has capacity or does not have capacity. So the question again was, how do I determine that, or how do we determine that? One, I just make an assessment based upon an interview, and then ultimately, if we need to, we can go through a litigation where the court will advise 2, 3 individuals, which we call an examining committee, to do an evaluation to determine whether or not this person does or does not have capacity. Does that answer your question? All right, we saw some other questions here. I saw this gentleman did you still have a question in the checkered purple shirt? No? All right. We're going to go here, 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 and then to this table. So first, this table with the lovely lady with the purple on, and then we're going to go to this table up front. First, tell us who you are.
I'm Debbie Maley with Orla Vista. When it comes to the durable power of attorney, if you want somebody to do things for you when you're incapacitated, but you do not want them to do things for you before you're incapacitated, how do you keep them from using your power of attorney?
Oh, my goodness. That's a very good question. Typically, there's something called a springing durable power of attorney. Florida does not have a springing durable power of attorney. So you're going to have to make a decision. Once I put this into place, is this somebody I trust not to make those decisions before? Now, let's say you choose somebody to be your durable power of attorney, understanding that Florida does not have that springing provision, right? So they have the authority now. And they go out and they do something that you don't like. What can you do to stop them? Does anybody know? What can you do once you've given somebody power of attorney and they've done something that's gotten you upset and you want to take it back? What can you do? Somebody raise their hand to tell us what you can do if somebody takes it away. You're going to have to wait for them to come to you. Here they come, right behind you, on your left. What can you do?
Good morning.
You got to use the mic.
Good morning.
There we go.
My name is Lee Watkins. I'm with Hiawassee Oaks AOH community.
Beautiful.
You can revoke it.
Say it again.
You can revoke it.
Did you hear what she said?
Fire them. The one thing I wanted to go back to the dual. The one thing when you talk about incapacitation, Are you talking just physically? I'm thinking mentally
Mhm.
and emotionally.
Mhm.
Because just because physically I'm not able to take care of my business, my brain is still working.
Mhm.
So I need to have some language in that document
Yeah.
that says I am still mentally competent
Mhm.
enough to take care of my business. I just need assistance physically. Can you put that in the document?
So the durable power of attorney. So let me ask this question. Sounds like you're asking, does a durable power of attorney give somebody else the authority to act on your behalf to give you physical assistance? And maybe that's not the question. Bring the mic back so we can go back and forth, make sure I'm clear on the question.
What I'm saying is, when you say incapacitated,
Mhm.
that can come in two phases. It can be mental incapacity,
Yep.
and it could be physical,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
So if I got a dual power of attorney,
Uh-huh.
then, and I'm mentally stable,
Yes.
just physically incapacitated,
Yes.
then I want language in that document that says these are the limitations
Mhm.
that this person is able to provide for me, as opposed to a blanket
Mhm.
attorney where they just
Do everything. So let's have that conversation, practically speaking. So, for example, a couple weeks ago, I was interviewing this gentleman, and he was definitely physically incapacitated. I can't remember the condition that he had, but he was in a hospital bed. He had like a trach, and he could barely talk. But what happened is we were able to communicate through this computer. He was able to look at a computer, and he was able to give me answers. So when I was speaking with him, he was mentally clear in what he wanted and who he wanted to be able to make assistance of him. So we created a durable power of attorney on his behalf because he was mentally clear and he understood. Physically, yes, he could not do anything on his own. He had caretakers for him. And in fact, his wife would come in and assist him. But basically, what the power of attorney is going to allow someone to do is banking, deal with selling properties. It doesn't even specifically address, well, I want somebody to come and give me a bath or, do those sorts of physical assistance. It's more so property and realty and bank and financial. So we didn't put any limitations on there. However, in going through the durable power of attorney, there's certain areas of which you can initial, and this individual could initial or not initial certain specific areas of authority that he wanted someone to have or did not want someone to have. Does that answer your question a little bit? All righty. Okay, you gotta keep using the microphone.
the spring door.
The spring door.
The springing door.
Yes.
That Florida does not have.
Yes.
Then the person who gives authority
Mhm.
under this doable power of attorney
Yes.
does not have, if they're living in Florida,
Mhm.
they don't have recourse. Is that correct?
Ask the question again so it's clear to me.
The springing door, you said.
Springing durable power of
The
attorney.
springing door,
Mhm.
power of attorney,
Yep.
doable power of attorney, Florida does not have, which is what this young lady asked. When I sign over this doable power of attorney,
Mhm.
and I'm
You're not
able-bodied,
incapacitated.
I'm
Yep.
able-bodied,
Mhm.
I'm mentally and physically
There.
here,
Yep.
present, but yet I've given this doable power of attorney to my son.
Mhm.
And then he's taking all my money out of my bank account, and he's done away with all my equity in the
Have
house.
mercy.
And here I am able to make those decisions,
Mhm.
but because I gave him power of attorney 3 weeks ago,
I got you.
then
Got you. Let me give
how
some.
am I covered?
Yeah, let me give some clarification, right? Just because I give that agent authority does not take away that authority from you. You can still go to the bank. You can still sell your own home. You can still take care of your own issues, right? In fact, you have so much authority that when your son acts up, you're going to do what? Revoke it. Are you following me? So just because you give somebody else the ability to assist and help you, that does not take it away from you.
Okay.
Are you following me?
So how then will a person be able to retrieve or
if somebody
it's lost.
if somebody steals from you, how can you get your stuff back? Oh, right.
I mean, because I've given them this authority.
Yeah, you answer.
The law says if I give them this authority, then they have that right. Mm-hmm. Is that correct?
So let me. You try to be real tough on me this morning. You got me sweating up here. No. But let me answer. First of all, whoever you give this authority, the statute says they have a fiduciary duty to do things that are in whose best interest? In your best interest, okay? So you've got a couple things that can assist you, right? First, you can revoke it. Give me this authority back. Second, you can, call law enforcement and say, this person did not act in my behalf. All right, and so the law can come out and look at what happened, and maybe, there could be criminal action because of how they use the authority under the power of attorney. Right now, what if it's a banking institution? You can have a conversation with them. Like, listen, they did not do this on my behalf. Is there a way that I can get, my money back? So there are some guards that you do have in place, and they do have a responsibility per statute and per criminal law to do things that are in your best interest. No, but you guys have to remember, I don't know your children. I don't know your spouse. So when you're choosing somebody to be your agent, right? Knowing these authorities that they will have or will not have, make sure that you choose somebody, right? Don't come back to the attorney and say, oh, they may change, but if they change, that means you change as well, right? You're going to change their authority under this document. So yes, it's a very helpful document. And also be careful. And so my goal here in this conversation is when you know better, you will do better. Okay? Another question right here. Again, you got to wait for the microphones to go. Remember, how many more documents do we have to talk about now? No. How many more documents do we have to talk about? 4. We got 4 more documents to talk about. So remember that, because I'm going to quickly go to the next one so that we can try to get all of them. So after this one, the lady again in the purple, she's going to be next. So have the mic ready for her. Go ahead.
So if you open the power of attorney, right? So you're fully aware of everything. You can do the dual before you become incapacitated.
That's what you want to do in preparation for your incapacitation.
Can you put a stipulation in where, as she said, if I open a power of attorney with you now, you're my power of attorney, or you're my dual, can there be put a stipulation to protect me where you cannot act without my approval while I'm in right mind and sound? Because then you won't lose, because the person has to get your permission first before they make this decision and then use up or sell all your money. Is that something you can put in as an addendum in your power of attorney?
That's a very, very good question. That particular situation, you're kind of asking for coexistence. Typically what we do is in the power of attorney, we go outline. Do you want to give this person this authority? Yes or no? You may not sign it. Do you want to give this person this authority? Yes or no? Do you want to give this person this authority? So instead of making it co-equal, you're going to limit it. It'll be a limited power of attorney. But remember, as much as it's limited, when you want them to act and they're not able to act, then you're going to come into those provisions. I want you to think about this. Hopefully you have somebody in your life that you can trust. Hopefully there's somebody in your life that you're not going through these questions like, oh, I like him this much, but not like him that much. If I give him this authority, then they might do that. Hopefully, people, if there's one, like, try to find somebody that you can trust in your life, right? Typically there's somebody, a son, a spouse, that we're not analyzing or struggling like, ooh, if I give this to them, they're going to take all my money. If you're going through that, don't choose that person. Please don't choose it. And I know it's difficult. Sometimes you feel like you have a trust with somebody and then they show themselves, and then you may need to revoke it at that time. You may need to call law enforcement at that time because this person who you thought you trusted did not have that trust. But also remember that as you're going through the documents, how much authority am I going to give them when I'm giving them this authority?
The answer is no.
No.
You cannot put a stipulation where they cannot make a decision without.
But what happens when you do that, right? You're in the hospital. You need someone to go do banking for you. Then the bank has to call you, right? You're kind of spiting off your nose. You're trying to give somebody the ability to do things on your behalf without having to call on you. Like everybody's got children, right? If you give your child an assignment, go to the grocery store and buy me groceries, right? And they go to the grocery store, and then the grocery clerk is calling you. I've got your son here. He says he's supposed to buy bread and milk, but I need a check with you. If I've got to go through all of that, there's no reason for me. I'm not going to choose that child to go to the grocery store. I'm going to pick somebody else that I know can do this on my behalf. Make sense?
You couldn't put it for major stuff then, like selling your house without your knowledge?
So you don't have to give them that authority. Oh, right. You don't have to give them that authority over the real estate. All righty. Good. The next question, then we're going to go to our next document.
Okay, if you decide you wanted to revoke it, when you make the durable attorney, you give it to the person who's going to use it, and they take it to wherever they're going to use it at, right?
Absolutely. Let's make it practical. First, you're going to sign and execute that document with a notary, right, and 2 witnesses. You will keep the original. The attorney's office will typically keep a copy, and then you can give a copy to your durable power of attorney, right? Or you can keep it, and if they say, hey, listen, I want to do some banking on your behalf, can you send this to the bank so that they know that I have the authority to do this? But yes, keep going.
They have the document in their hand that says they have your power of attorney.
Correct.
And you decide you want to revoke it.
Yes.
They still have that document in their hand that they can go places and do things. And, you know, it's well and wonderful to be able to sue people and put them in jail later. But it's better to try to prevent issues than try to get your money back when it's gone.
Absolutely. And then also what we do when you revoke it, you're going to send them a copy of the revocation. Then you would also send it to the bank so the bank knows that it's revoked as well. All righty. So that everybody is informed. Excellent questions, everybody. I'm glad that you guys got your heads thinking. But what I want you to leave away with this, right, is who can I trust to be my power of attorney? All right. If I don't have one, let's go out and try to find that person. The next, you want to step some more. You have a question? So let's try this. Let's try to get to the end. Write your questions down because we got to get through 5 documents. We got to get through 5, and we've only been on how many so far? 1. I didn't know that durable power of attorney would be so interesting, but now I do know. So the next document, we're going to come back to you. The next document is what? If you look on the list that I gave you, what's the next document that we're going to talk about? I didn't put it up there yet. I said, oh, this is a smart audience, I didn't give you the 4 other ones that we were going to talk about. So you know what it is in the blue? A living will? Yes, let's talk about living will, right? Oh, we forgot for the microphone to come to you and say your name. Hopefully the mic's got it, right? So the living will, and also another document that goes with the living will called, anybody know? Not the trust. She said trust, just because they didn't get on the mic. Starts with the healthcare surrogate. It's going to be the healthcare surrogate. So living will and healthcare surrogate. What are the 2 documents? Living will and healthcare surrogate. Very good. We're going to talk about healthcare surrogate first. These 2 documents, and the answers on the TV, these 2 documents are called what? Oh, this class is, let's try it again on 3. These 2 documents are called what? Very good. Advanced directives. Because we're telling the hospital and medical professionals what we want to happen in advance. We are directing them what we want to happen in advance. These 2 documents deal mainly with health. They deal mainly with your health. So when you go to Advent Health or ORMC, they may ask you, do you have a? No, let's just use the big word. Advanced directives. And now you know what 2 documents they're talking about. When they ask you if you have an advanced directive, they're asking you if you have a or a healthcare surrogate. They want to know if you have a living will and a healthcare surrogate. So now you guys want to know what is a healthcare surrogate and what is a living will. Is that what you want to know? Let me hear you say yes. Because if you said no, I would have told you to leave because there's no reason for you to be here. But yes, we're going to talk about what is a living will and what is a healthcare surrogate. So we want to start with healthcare surrogate. We're going to start with healthcare surrogate, right? Just like the power of attorney gave somebody financial ability, the healthcare surrogate is going to give the person you love, is going to give the person you trust the abilities to make healthcare decisions, what? On your behalf. Right? Now, I'm going to jump into this because there was a big debate about the springing and if I have capacity, can they make decisions for you? However, in the healthcare area, in the healthcare surrogate, right? If somebody wants to make a healthcare decision that's in conflict with your healthcare decision and you still have the capacity, you can indicate you want the medical professionals to follow your decision and not their decision. Okay? So the healthcare surrogate, there are provisions that say, listen, if I still have the ability to make decisions on my behalf, I want to be able to do that. I don't want them to even be able to see my healthcare, my healthcare information, right, unless I'm incapacitated. And so the healthcare surrogate says, I'm allowing someone else to make healthcare decisions for me. I'm allowing somebody else to make healthcare decisions for me. And there is a provision in there that says they can't make, if you want to, they won't be able to make these decisions until I become what? Incapacitated. Are you happy about that? Maybe. They're smiling at me, look, shaking their heads. All right. Questions on healthcare surrogate. Questions on healthcare surrogate. How many people in here have heard about a healthcare surrogate before? All righty. How many people in here have somebody who they've designated as their healthcare surrogate? A few hands going up. All righty. Questions on healthcare surrogate? No. You're happy about the healthcare surrogate? More happy than you were about the power of attorney? We're not going back there yet. We're not going back there yet. So now that you've understood it, we got one question. There's somebody with a mic right behind you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Melissa. I'm kind of confused with the surrogate. Okay. I'm originally from New York, right? And my mother had a healthcare proxy where we don't make the decision. She put down what you want to do and what you don't want to do. She don't want to be kept alive. She don't want tube feed. I've never heard of surrogate before.
I love that question. I love that question. Because what she's talking about, we have here in Florida, right? I don't want to be kept alive. I don't want to be tube fed. What do we call that? Go back, Mike. Say that again real loud. No. Well, yes, but specifically it's you just said, I heard it over here. Say it again. A living will. Everybody say living will. The living will says go back again some more, Mike. The living will says under what circumstances I do not want to be kept alive. So your family member in New York that said, listen, I don't want to be kept on tubes and I don't want to be kept alive. She would have a document called a what? See, here's the situation with the living will, right? Everybody confuses the living will with the last will. Everybody, every seminar I do, I hear people confuse the two. And I don't know why. One's called a living will, one's called a last will. You understand the living will takes effect while you are still alive, right? You're alive and you're telling the people, this is how I want to die. Okay? The last will means you are already dead. Boy, this is a small audience. Are you following me? So any questions on the living will? Any questions on the healthcare surrogate? No, we're doing good. All right, so the documents we've talked about so far, I hope I don't give anybody PTSD by saying this, is durable power of attorney, healthcare surrogate, and living will. Living will not to be confused with the last will and testament, right? Because the living will takes effect while we're still alive. So I'm going to quiz you for a second. All right. So give me a name of a bank here that you guys like to bank with. Remember, you got to say it loud so they can hear it on the... Okay, one at a time. Right here. Fairwinds Credit Union. You bank at Fairwinds? All right, so you go to Fairwinds, right? Which one of these 3 documents do you take to Fairwinds? Say it again. No, the durable power of attorney. Don't say living will. The durable power of attorney. All righty? Now, I'm going to go to either Advent Health or ORMC. Which documents am I going to take to them? Advanced directives, which include the healthcare surrogate. You got it? Any questions on why I would take these documents to these particular agencies? No questions. You understand? All righty. So let's talk about the last will and testament. Please, I'm going to keep saying this. Do not get it confused with the living will. 2 separate documents. Last will and testament. Here's something else I want you to repeat after me. Are you ready? You're not ready. Are you ready? Yes. All right. A will. You're going to repeat after me. A will. Now, let's try it again. A will is not a way to avoid probate. One more time. A will is not a way to avoid probate. Did you know that before? Well, yes and no. So let me explain to you what I mean. All right, explain to you what I mean. Who am I going to use for this example? Who am I going to use for this example? Let's use, let's go right there, since you're right there in the back row, the lady with the hat, the beautiful hat there with the badoobles on the jewel. There we go. Tell us your name, young lady. One more time.
Molly Matt.
Molly Max. Okay, hello, Miss Molly Max. Do you have any beneficiaries, any children?
Yes, I do.
To the mic.
Yes, I do. I have children.
How many do you have?
5.
5, okay. We're going to use all 5, right? Don't give me the names because I'm not going to be able to remember them. So she has 5. Give her a hand clap for having 5 children. All right. So you can take the mic back. We're just going to use her as an example. Miss Molly Max has 5 children, and she loves them equally. Unlike some of you here, she loves them equally, and she wants all 5 kids to receive her assets when she dies, okay? So she puts that in her what? Will, that she wants all her children, all 5 of them, to get all her assets, okay? Let's say she has a house, that's an asset she has. Let's say she has a bank account, that's an asset she has, right? Or she has property, and she puts in the will that all 5 children will get this when she dies. Remember I taught you a will is not a way to avoid probate. So her name's on the house, her name's on the bank account, her name is on the properties. Are you following me so far? Her name is on the house, her name is on the bank accounts, and her name is on the properties, right? She passes away. We have a beautiful funeral for her, right? Then after the funeral, her kids come to me, and they come to me with what document? The last will and testament. They say, hey, listen, Mom made us the beneficiaries. We want to change the title of this property from Mom's names to what? Our names. And so I was like, no problem, we can do that. But in order to change the names from her mom's names to her names, what process do I have to go through? Probate. I have to go through probate because she used a what? Last will and testament. So I'm going to give that last will and testament to the judge, and the judge is going to know who's supposed to get all the assets. They're going to know that these 5 people are going to get the house, they're going to get the bank accounts, and they're going to get the property. Does that make sense to you? All right. Any questions on that? Question over it. Listen, you're going to have to get your own class.
Excuse me. I'm Lee Watkins again.
Mm-hmm.
The problem with that is there's no distinction between who gets what.
Well, she did. She said all 5 gets it equally.
No, she didn't. You didn't say equally. You said that they get it. You didn't say equally.
Okay, let me throw that in there now, right?
Okay.
Miss Max, you want everybody to get it equally, right? Say yes. Thank you. And she put that in the will.
Okay, as long as it's in the will. But if you don't put it in there equally,
right,
then there is an issue because one may want the house and the other one may want the bank account, and the one may want the property, and they don't know which one has the most financial benefit. So you got to go to probate again.
Well, you want what? Turn your thing over again. Let me see your name again.
Lee.
Miss Lee. I'm gonna warn the next session about Miss Lee. But we got an answer for you, Miss Lee.
Okay, have an answer for me, because I just had a family friend who had to deal with that.
Did they have a last will and testament?
They had a last will and testament. They had it probated in the court, but one of the siblings wanted
something
what was not deemed to them.
Got you.
And so we have to be specific when you write that down. Who gets, maybe one get a third of the property, or one get half of the, you get the property, you get the finance, we have to be specific in that. Otherwise we'll be in probate for a long time.
But I want to say there's a problem before that, right? I'm going to say, as an attorney, the problem is that we're going through probate in the first place, right? And anytime you go through probate, it's going to be, you have two major issues when you go through probate. Go back from your mic to probate. You have two major issues when you go through probate. Let me see if we know what those are. The first issue, right, with probate is going to take a lot of time. It's going to take a lot of time, and most importantly, it's going to cost a lot of what? It's going to cost a lot of money. So the first problem is, let's not even go to probate. Can we not go to probate? How many people here don't want to go to probate? We're going to raise our hand. We don't want to go to probate. We don't have the time, and we don't have the what? We definitely don't have the what? We definitely don't have the money. Yeah, they go. Say that again. What we just told you. The reason for go to probate is because you had a will that was transferring assets from one person to another. Okay? And these assets, like the house and the bank accounts, did not avoid probate. So we want to figure out, how can we avoid what? Who wants to avoid probate? The question for the people in there, the question is, and I get this all the time, and with the attitude just like that, didn't the will say that the kids were supposed to get the property? Why am I going to probate? Let me tell you this. Because the will is a ticket to the probate court telling the judge how you want everything split. All right? So if you go to court with a will, the will tell everybody what's supposed to happen. If you don't have a will, then we call that probate, and it's intestate, meaning you're probating your assets without a will, and Florida statutes will tell you how everything is supposed to be split. Are you following me? So people create wills so that they can tell the court how they want their assets to be split, rather than the statute telling people how they want things split. But we want to avoid probate what? Altogether, right? So can we avoid probate? Did somebody call my name? You can. Oh, well, we gotta wait for a microphone. Or you can say it real loud, or did that come with a microphone?
My name is Odette.
Odette.
I'm a caretaker for my parents.
Okay.
And I was told by a friend, by being a caretaker for them, if anything were to happen, I haven't been working in years, hey, I can forget it. I can forget anything, even though I have POA for them.
So your question to me is,
where do I stand being unemployed, and hey, can't do this house now, but I plan to take care of it in
so
the
for that,
future.
That's a very good question. For that specific question, I'm going to have you give me a call and we could talk about that one-on-one. But I want to, and hopefully through what I'm saying, it kind of answers some of your questions, but we want to tell everybody how to avoid probate, right? So these are the ways that you avoid probate. Oh, go back. I went too far, Mike. Go back. What's one way you think we can avoid probate? The answer's on the board. Sorry. Let me focus. One way we can avoid probate is revocable living trust. Revocable living trust. You guys knew that already, right? That's one way to avoid probate. If you want to avoid probate, put all your assets into a what? A revocable living trust. Or put your assets into a trust. If you have your assets in a trust, they will avoid probate. Let me say that again. If you have your assets in a revocable living trust, how much time I have, Justin? If you have your assets in a revocable living trust, they will avoid probate. Justin, how much time do I have? 10 minutes. Okay. So that's one way to avoid probate, is to put your assets into a revocable living trust. Have I said that enough times? Okay. So another way for your property to avoid probate, for your what? Property to avoid probate. If you own a home, raise your hand. If you want your home to avoid probate, you can put it in a trust, or you can put it in something else. You can use another tool. You know what that is? That's why your hand's still up. She said a ladybird deed. Give her a hand clap. How do you know? Do you have a ladybird deed? She said no, she doesn't have a ladybird deed, but she's done a lot of research. You have a trust. Okay. So a ladybird deed allows your real property to avoid probate. So typically, if somebody comes to me and their main assets are their home and their bank account, and it's, not a whole lot, not hundreds of thousands of millions of dollars, we're going to use a ladybird deed for the home to make sure your home avoids probate. So if you have a home and you want to keep it in your family, we're talking about generational wealth here, right? And you want to transfer these assets to your loved ones, you're going to use a ladybird deed. Let me tell you why a ladybird deed is important. Because I'm definitely going to tell this audience, because you want to make sure that nobody else has authority until you die, right? That was the whole debate with the power of attorney. So basically, listen to this. I hope you're happy about this, right? The ladybird deed is the springing power of attorney for your house. So the ladybird deed says, it's my house, I live in my house, I keep my house, right? And nothing happens to my house until you what? Die. Until you die, you can't have my house, you can't touch my house, you can't do anything. If the house doesn't become yours until you die. You guys happy about that? Come on, give the ladybird deed a hand clap. Come on. As much trouble you hit me about the power of attorney. We got a question over here, and we have another question over here. And while they're coming again, a ladybird deed is just for real property. Just for real property. So if you want more stuff to transfer without probate, you're going to put it into a trust. Go ahead here, and then we'll go back over there.
So quick question. You may cover this in the two other points, but let's say you pass away. You want to keep your house and your family, generational wealth. The person that you give it to doesn't take care of it or pay taxes. What can I put in place to make sure the house stays in the family, but if the person doesn't pay whatever, they can be kicked out and maybe the house can become a rental property?
So the best provision for that, let's see if you guys know. The best provision, if I have a house and I'm concerned about keeping it in the family and the person that is in charge may not do what they're supposed to do, you don't want to use a ladybird in that particular situation, because a ladybird typically is going to give it from you to the other individual or other individuals if it's 5 people. But if you want a group thing, then the best thing to do with that would be to put it into say it again. Yeah, say it louder. A trust. And those specific provisions that you just talked about, because Ms. Lee there's a whole lot of specific provisions she wants included with certain things. You can do that with a trust. So for example, you said, listen, I want somebody to make sure they ask me before they do anything with my stuff. The answer to that question is put it into a trust. The trust would say they can't act unless I act alongside with them as a co-trustee. If you're still alive, and then when you're passed away, you can have those specific provisions within a trust. And now remember, anybody who has kids under the age of 18, you can't transfer assets to those individuals, so you need to have say it louder, a trust. Very good. Are you, Ms. Lee? You're going to get me in trouble with everybody else over here, Ms. Lee. But let's go ahead.
Okay, my name is Veronica. If you have only one son, and the will is he gets everything, why would we need to use the lady? I know. Okay.
Yes, and tell everybody else. Tell everybody else.
I got it. We want to avoid probate.
Exactly. Give yourself a hand clap. Give yourself a hand clap. You heard the question? She said, if I have a last will and testament, I'm going to give my house to my son. Why do I need the ladybird deed? Because I want to avoid Probate. Listen, let me give you bad advice. Don't do a ladybird deed, right? Then when you pass away, your son's going to come to me. He's going to pay me thousands of dollars to go through what? Probate. But if you want to save your money, right, or save him money, you know, pay for a ladybird deed, and then he's not coming to me for what? Probate. So you got it.
Also, if you put them as beneficiaries, you know, on your checking account or all on your money, that would avoid it, right? If you got stocks and bonds, if you put him as a beneficiary, since there's only one.
Mm-hmm. Let me have you come up here and teach the class. That's absolutely, I didn't get a chance to get to that, right? But that's absolutely correct. If I just have, we call that a will-based plan. I got a house and I got a bank account. The house, I'm going to utilize a what to avoid probate? Ladybird deed. And for the bank accounts, they will be a beneficiary on my bank account, and the bank accounts will avoid probate. Excellent answer. Excellent answer. Good question right here.
With the trust, I know you can put real estate in it, you know, real property. But what about your personal property? If you have valuable personal property, like my husband has about $50,000 in tools.
Yes.
Can those go into the trust?
Yes, they can. You'll assign those into a trust. You'll sign a paperwork saying, I'm assigning my tools into the trust. And in the trust, you're going to say specifically who's going to get the tools. Remember, you want it to be real specific, Ms. Lee. You got detail everything. They're going to get 1/3 of this, they're going to get 2/3 of that, they'll get a percentage of that. If you want all that type of details, you're going to put it in a what, Ms. Lee? No, you're going to put it... Thank you. You're going to put it in a trust. You're going to put it in the trust. Now, just real quickly, since you brought that up, when you have a trust, you also have what we call a pour-over will, real quickly. The pour-over will, the main goal of the pour-over will is anything you forgot to put into the trust, the pour-over will was transferred into the trust, okay? So you have a trust, but you forgot to put your house in the trust. And people want to know, well, what's going to happen with the house? The pour-over will pretty much says everything that I did not put into my trust before I died will be now transferred into the trust after I died. The major problem with the pour-over will is the pour-over will has to go to what court? Probate court. But it's just a catch-all provision just in case you forgot to put other assets into the trust. Make sense? All right. Ms. Lee got another question. Ms. Lee, I'm going to start charging you a consultation fee. Right? I'm messing with you. I'm messing with you.
On the far end with the trust and the properties that you want to be generational.
Yes.
And you said it has to put it in a trust.
Yes.
When you put it in the trust, will that executor of that trust pay the taxes to make sure that that property does not go into default or it seized for lack of payment?
Yes, so in a trust, you're going to say, when I pass away, there's somebody else who's going to be what we call the trustee. We're going to call that person the successor trustee. The trustee has a fiduciary responsibility to manage and cover all the assets that are where? Inside the trust. So, for example, if a trustee is over some property and that property goes into default, then the other beneficiaries would sue the trustee for not doing what they're supposed to do. All right, we got a question in the question in the back and a question right here. I have 1 minute. I got 1 minute to close out. To use the microphone.
Two-part question.
Okay.
First off, what inspired you to do this? And second off, how can we share this message with our community more?
Oh, that's an easy question. What inspired me to do this? God inspired me to do this. One way that you can spread this to your community, I do these seminars all over the place, and I love doing them, so I'm not going to charge anybody a fee. You just tell me a time and place, and I'll come, and then we can do this. Because when we know better, we what? Do better. We got to... Say it again. Oh, what were the last two? We got a question over here. So we've talked about all the documents. They were 1, durable power of attorney. They were 2, the healthcare surrogate. They were 3, a living will. Number 4 was the last will and testament. And number 5 was the revocable living trust. And we threw an extra on there called the Ladybird deed. All right, last question, then we got to close out.
Hello, my name is Beverly Woolley.
Hello, Miss Beverly.
Who can I use for a trustee?
Who can you use as your trustee?
No, who can be, use a person use in general as a trustee?
Trustee. Generally speaking, you have several options, but the most important thing you're going to look at is this somebody that I trust? It could be a person. It could be a financial institution. It can be an attorney's office. But most importantly, it needs to be somebody that you trust. All right, I know we've got several more questions, but my time. You had a question in the back? Time's up. So, the time. Listen, I thank you guys for all. I'll answer your question afterwards. Thank you guys for your time. Was this the best session? Give yourselves a hand clap for the best session. Again, my name is Attorney Sean Smith. If you have any other questions, you need any other information, you can see me after the session, and I'll give it to you. You guys have been a great audience. Thank you. I got to pick two winners. Listen, this is kind of easy. Miss Lee, of course, you know you're going to be winner number one. Miss Lee.
They can come up here.
And then the person to answer my first question in the orange, you're my second winner. They get a peace mind planner and a family estate legal document kit. Come on. Oh, okay, now I got it.
We were watching your favorite movie, you decided to move on. Now you're canceling out this season like we're some kind of sitcom. If we were a motion picture, I thought I'd be your Prince Charming, but I'm just another plot twist. Just another plot twist. Always picture both of us, perfect on the screen, closing out the scene. Yeah, but you wrote me out the show. You left me to watch the credits roll. What could have been? I guess we'll never know. We were watching your favorite movie. You decided to move on. Now you're canceling out this season like we're some kind of sitcom. Picture, I thought I'd be your Prince Charming, but I'm just another plot twist. Just another plot twist. I know it wasn't your intent, but I have to wonder if you kept me around for character. I'll admit, but I think I was a lead role in your rom-com. Maybe it's funny how we both changed. A happy ending's never guaranteed. We were watching your favorite movie, you decided to move. Sitcom. If we were a motion picture, I expression. You're basically my obsession. And if you go, I'll come after you full speed. What have you done to me? You captured me under the spell, with the seas back in your black Chevelle. You got me twisted and I can't tell.
Good morning, everyone. Just want to make a quick announcement. If you already have completed your evaluation, you can hand it to me or anyone else you see with a badge, a green badge, wearing all black, or leave it on your table. But if you can hand it to me, that would be great. So evaluations, they're passed out the last 15 minutes. If you completed them already, please hand them to one of us staff members. Thank you.
Life has been a whirlwind lately. I'm hoping we can slow it down. Let's take a little moment, baby, 'cause I just wanna say it out loud. I wanna shout it from the mountaintops. I wanna look you in the eye, even though you've heard it a million times. I'm gonna say it for the rest of my life. I love you so much, I could cry. Love you so much, honey, I could die.
MME. Here at MME, we focus on community advocacy. We specialize in tax preparation, immigration, notary, real estate, and the list goes on and on. Good morning. Thank you for choosing MME. What brought you here today?
Good morning. Yes, I know it's after tax season, but I was looking to see if I can have my taxes filed.
Awesome. You've chosen the right place.
Wanna be my only one. I wanna shout it from the mountaintops. I wanna look you in the eye, even though you've heard it a million times. I'm gonna say it for the rest of my life. I love you so much, I could cry. Love you so much, honey, I could die. Love you so much, I could fly. And kissing your lips is giving me a buzz. I'm saying it way too much, just in case you don't hear it enough. I love you so much, I feel it deep down in my bones. Oh, I love you so much, 'cause we're connected at the soul. I love you so much, I could cry. Love you so much, honey, I could die. Love you so much. I'm on the edge of the sky. Baby, kissing your lips is giving me a buzz. I'm saying it way too much, just in case you don't hear it enough. Just in case you don't hear it enough. Just in case you don't hear it enough. I love you so much, I do. You know I love you. I count the
Welcome back, everybody. What did everybody think about the first session? Everybody enjoy their first session? Awesome. Well, I'm so glad you guys are back. We're very excited for one of our own to come out here. His name is Humberto Castillero, Manager of Traffic Engineering Division with Orange County. Mr. Castillero began his career with Orange County as Chief Engineer in the Traffic Engineering Division in March of 2018 and has been the acting manager for the same division since December 2019. He brings with him 30 years of previous experience from his employment with the Florida Department of Transportation and several engineering firms. Mr. Castillo holds a Master's of Business Administration in Finance and Operations from Indiana University, Bachelor's of Science in Mechanical Engineering, and holds a national certification as a professional traffic operations engineer. He has led the implementation of several county traffic and transportation safety initiatives programs right here in Orange County. So let's please give him a very warm welcome, Mr. Humberto Castillero.
Thank you so much. Wow, what a great introduction. Also, I guess that the previous class, it was interesting, so I should have come here a little bit earlier so I can get, I guess, a trust wheel or whatever it was, but definitely I'm going to be contacting you. I do have your business card, so thank you so much. It is a pleasure to be here with you this morning, and my presentation, we will talk about Vision Zero. So if I can have a raise of hands, how many of you are native of the Orlando area? Please raise your hand. Okay. How many of you have moved from somewhere else in the country? All right. So I guess that we have a mix. I moved from Jacksonville, but prior to that I was in California. So for us, we have a lot of people that they're moving. This is a beautiful place. Florida is warmer than in New York. I used to live there. I used to live also in California, in the Bay Area. So a lot of people are moving here. Our population is about 1.4 million people that we can call Orange County our home. Do you know how many tourists come every year? And they're in the millions. 75 million, yes. And that is a lot of traffic, a lot of people that they come and they use our transportation facilities. So definitely, if I were to ask a question, say, how many of you think that we have speeding problem? Raise your hands. Okay. You know, how many of you have teenagers that they are driving? Raise your hand. Yeah. You know, I have a story when my daughter, Tiffany, she got her driver's license. She went to the DMV and she aced it. She had 100 in that. And she said, Dad, give me the keys. And I reluctantly gave her the keys. Now, that 100 didn't mean that she had the experience to be out there, but I needed to trust her. Because our kids, they become adults. But just going into the streets and trying to make those decisions, sometimes it's a little bit hard and difficult, especially in this age that we have all of the information that it can overwhelm us. So not because somebody has a driver's license and all of these things, it means that they are equipped or that they understand what is happening. Now, if you compare the drivers between Orlando and the drivers from Miami, I think that can be an experience. When I was driving in Miami, that turn signal is a suggestion. It's not like, may I come in? That is, it's on and I'm going. So watch out for your life. So we're going to be talking a little bit about the Vision Zero and what are the plans and how is that affecting us, but also how we can become engaged, because it takes a village to raise a safe transportation system. And I am so glad that you are here. We began to develop this Vision Zero action plan, but that is just the beginning steps. We have to be vigilant. We have to be engaged. And more importantly, we need to have a passion just for our community, just to make sure that this is the place where we raise our families, where we build our dreams, where we give back to our community. So definitely we do have a stake in this game. So today we will talk about the plan, but also we will talk about how with the direction and the vision from Mayor Demings, we have been able to make some headways, and then what is still ahead of us. So on Division 0, if you can see on the right, that is our logo. So of course everybody is familiar that there is an orange and you have the little leaf, but also what you see in the blue and the white. So the blue, it is the iris, but the white, it is the pupil. And it is white, but that is a memorial marker. So what that is bringing us awareness is that there are fatalities in our roads. Unfortunately, it was on Welch Road early this week, I guess on Sunday morning, that there were 3 teens, and they were driving. They were coming from a quinceañera. It's a party celebration. And they were driving. It was around maybe 1:30 in the morning. We don't know all the specific details, but the fact is that they drove off the road, they hit a tree, and they died. So that is very unfortunate. When we have our young people, 18, 19, their life is ahead of them, and we wish everybody the best. But the fact of the matter, it is that no matter what we have done, it still is not enough. So we're going to be talking about Division 0 Action Plan. The goal and the objective is to eliminate fatalities and severe injuries by the year 2040. When we were developing this plan with the major stakeholders, and I will mention some of them, it was a little bit hard to determine what date we wanted to have. Some people say, are you sure? 2040? We're 2025, so that is 15 years from now. Is that reasonable? And we debated and we went back and forth, but we said we must start now and we must be aggressive. Because if we're not aggressive, then we're not going to be making the improvements and the efforts. Also, we will be talking about the components of Division 0 Action Plan, and then safety first culture. And that is very crucial, because it's not only safety first for the engineers, but it's safety first for our communities, safety first for our schools, safety first also for the law enforcement, that they are an integral part of our community. So we'll talk about the purpose, the background, the elements of Division 0. The 4 E's is very critical, and I will have a quiz in the end, and I will have some questions. So when we go about the 4 E's, please make sure that you remember. There might be a surprise and a prize for the ones that can remember those. And also we will have the safety initiatives. So where are we at in terms of the fatalities? Smart Growth America, they have been in existence for 25 years, and about 10 years ago they developed this report that is called Dangerous by Design. So what you can see in here, and perhaps it's not as clear as it seems, they have identified the top 20 urban and metropolitan areas within the nation where we have the highest number of pedestrian fatalities. Wow. We certainly don't want to be on that, but guess what? For the last 10 years, with the exception of the last 2 years, we were number 1. And that is very appalling. So the area of the Orlando, Kissimmee, Sanford. Now, this last report, we were number 18. But we have made some improvements, and we should be encouraged by that. But on the other hand, this is nothing to be proud about. Still, we have enough a large number of pedestrian fatalities. And if you ask me, 1 is too many. So what are we going to do so we can address this critical epidemic? Also, what you don't see in here for the small letters, 8 out of the 20, they are within the state of Florida. That is alarming. So why? Is that because we have so many tourist visitors? Is that because a lot of retirees that they live in our community? Yeah. We must continue investigating, but that is the fact that we should address this. So as we were developing this plan, some countermeasures, not everybody is an engineer, and that's okay. You don't need to be an engineer to participate. What you need to do, and I will give you the tools right now, and you can go online to find out a little bit more about the Vision Zero Action Plan. This is just common sense. If there is speeding, then we have a countermeasure to bring those speeds down. If there is people crossing mid-block, then there are countermeasures for us to cross mid-block. If there is a lot of conflicts, maybe we need a signal, or maybe we need a roundabout. So this is not rocket science, and we developed this for the layman. Everybody will be able to understand it and participate it, and also there must be a framework and a strategy. I know that we just passed our Orange County budget, and it is a massive budget. I mean, this budget is bigger than sometimes, I don't know, some states, and definitely some Latin American countries. But if we ask, is there enough money for transportation and some of these things, I will give you some numbers. And we need all the money that we can get to make sure that we can make these improvements. So the other thing is to recognize, and this is your community here, it takes everybody. We do have some key strategic partners that we have. We have the Florida Department of Transportation, that they talk about Target Zero, similar to Division Zero, but the Target Zero, they want to address the behavior. How do we drive? How do we interpret the signs? How can we teach our younger kids? And also we're going to be doing that in Orange County. Then we have Metro Plan. Metro Plan, they oversee the 3 counties and the 22 municipalities. So when we started talking about Division Zero in 2022, Metro Plan approached us and said, Orange County, would you like to participate with us so we can submit for a federal grant? We already have Seminole and Osceola and the 22 municipalities. Our chances to get this grant awarded, they increase exponentially if we go as a region. This is the first time that it has ever done nationwide. So we said, of course, we want to be part of that application. So, lo and behold, guess what? The grant was awarded $3.7 million. It was amazing. Our vision plan, it cost $400,000. I mean, we had engineers, we had to participate, and we'll talk a little bit more. But Metro Plan carried the cost. The county needed to put 20% match, and they said, don't worry, we will pay for your 20% match. So definitely we have some awesome partners. Not only they believe in the mission, but they put their money where their mouth is. So we are very grateful to Metro Plan. Yeah. So the elements of Division Zero, so we have 6 chapters. So the first one is the introduction. Why do we need to have Division Zero? The second one is the crash analysis and the data, and where do we get that data? Sometimes, and I tell you, when I get the calls and they say, we had a death here, and then we need to talk to the family, it is very heart-wrenching, and I wish that nobody, will be able to put themselves in that position, but unfortunately, when that happens, is how can we reach out to the family? What can we do? Some of them, they want memorial markers, but also we need to have the data, because the data is what is going to tell us the statistics about the number and the severity of the crashes before we do the implementation of a safety countermeasure. Because then, if I'm spending, do you know how much a traffic signal costs these days? Somebody is costing between $500,000 to $750,000. So if we are going to take the funding that we have allocated for transportation safety, I want to make sure that that is giving us the results that we want and the prevention of the fatalities. So definitely, we want to make sure that our money is stretched. Also, the public engagement, and thank you so much for being here and for participating. We will talk about how we went about Division Zero. The policy and review. We need to, in Orange County, some of you, there was some discussions about the Vision 2050, the Orange Code, the comprehensive plan, and then we talk about some other initiative that the county is putting together. But this Vision Zero needed to be integrated as part of the documents that we have. Otherwise, if we are disconnected, then there is not that connection or that accountability. We all need to have the accountability to make sure that we're successful. Then we have a toolkit, and I will show it to you. When there is, you can go into the Orange County website, and under the transportation and planning, you can go into the Vision Zero action plan, and there is the toolkit. There is 50 countermeasures, and it's really very well put together, and you will be proud of the document, but also that you can navigate through it. And last but not least, the recommendations. So, as we were talking about safety first, we are about 0 fatalities. Now, when I talk about eliminating fatalities and severe injury crashes, does that mean that we're going to eliminate all crashes? No. But I would rather have a fender bender than to have a T-bone. In 2021, and I recall this because it was all over the news, and I got a phone call. So Clarkona, Ocoee, 4-lane divided. There were 2 sisters with their kids. They were driving westbound at the intersection of Gamer. There was not a signal there. They wanted to go to the Dollar General, and so they were making a left turn. The posted speed on that corridor is 45 miles per hour. There was a driver. There was a young Hispanic. I mean, he must have been like 20, 21, had a family and kid, was driving twice the speed limit. The speed limit is 45. So the ladies, they proceeded to make the left turn. When somebody comes that fast, you don't know where they're coming from. It was a T-bone, 5 fatalities. It was very disturbing, heart-wrenching. And then, so we got the calls, and they said, Humberto, what are you going to do? So I said, Mayor Demings, yeah, we're going to go ahead and take care of this. At this time, when we said, we cannot afford to go through the designers, they take too long. Sometimes we use the mass arms with the steel, but also you have the concrete poles. At that time, the lead time for a mass arm, it was 12 months. I said, we cannot do the mass arms. I said, we need to design it ourselves. We need to use our contractors. So we pulled all stops, and everybody in public works that had something to do with the design and with the installation. So the accident, the fatalities happened in March 11th or the 21st. Well, the signal was in operation 13 months later, and what it took the longest, it was because we needed to do some utility coordination, and when we were excavating for the foundation of the poles, there were some conflicts, and sometimes, you know, with utilities, God bless them, we need the utilities, but sometimes it just takes a long time. So yes, so we weren't able to install that signal, but this is just one of the many things that we have to do, but we must take action immediately. So also, we will be talking about safety for all users. If you, in the past, the roads, they were designed for drivers, for vehicles, but also we walk, we bike. Now we have the scooters, we take transit, all of these things. Do you agree that you and I have the same right as somebody that is driving a vehicle to use the roadway? Of course. But not only do we have the same rights, but do we also need to feel safe as somebody, because we don't have a chassis that is protecting us. Shouldn't we be having the same expectation and the understanding? Of course, we do. So the roads are for all users. Unfortunately, we are trying to change that culture and that philosophy, and it started about 10, 15 years ago. We have made some progress, but that is not enough. So just to tell you a little bit about the Safe Systems approach, it's about principles, but also it's about the 5 elements. So the 5 elements, if you look at the circle, on the top left corner, it talks about safe users. And those are all the vulnerable users, including the cars. But also we talk about safe vehicles. That is the manufacturers. When they are, I just bought a car last week, and I bought a car because I could have used my car for another 2 years, but my mother is coming to visit me from Panama. She's 85. She is going to be celebrating her birthday here, and she says, I need to make sure that I'm safe and that I have enough space for my luggage. And my 2 sisters are coming in, so I couldn't accommodate them on my Mazda. So I bought another car, probably 2 years earlier, just for family, but they are very important to me. So now I have the collision avoidance, and I have all of these things, and I have been able to use it, and that helps with the technology. Also, we talk about safe speeds. Speeds is very critical. There are some statistics, and this is mind-boggling. If a pedestrian gets hit at 20 miles per hour by a vehicle, the rate of survival is 90%. Now, let's double the speed, 40 miles. Shouldn't we expect perhaps maybe the rate of survival should be, I don't know, maybe 80, 70%? No. The rate of survival is 10%. So the difference is not linear, it is exponential. So that's why speed kills. And that's why we all should be mindful and just obey the rules. Also, the other things, it talks about safe roads and also the post-crash care. But one of the things that when we talk about the principles and the elements, number one, we must recognize that humans make mistakes. We're not perfect. I mean, my daughter said, Dad, nobody is perfect. Now, if you're perfect, please raise your hand. So we're not perfect, and we all make mistakes, but our designs, our roads should account for that, should account for the young drivers. Also, the pedestrians are vulnerable, that they don't have the experience. Number three, that we should be proactive in our safety approach. We should not wait for a fatality to happen to say, what can we learn from this fatality? Let's anticipate, because there are so many examples out there. But the other thing is just to make sure that safety, it is everybody's business, including you and I. So what you can see in here, developing the Vision Zero action plan, we needed to gather some data. So we have the Florida Department of Transportation. They have what they call Signal 4, and that is a database that they use. So we use the 2018 to the 2022. We began this process in 2023. But we can still continue to update and to use this data. But based on this, I just want to bring to your attention the different modes. So the pink is the vehicles, the blue are the pedestrian walkings, the orange are the bicycles, and the green, they are the motorcycles. So if you look at the top bar, based on all of this data that we collected, the top bar says the total number of crashes. Everything is pink. So we can assume that 90 to 95% of the crashes, they happen with vehicles. But if you look at the bottom bar, then it has a different message to us, because you can see the blue, you can see the orange, and you can see the green. What is that telling us? That 46% of all fatalities happens to vulnerable road users. Yeah, and that is very revealing. So, and that's what we are trying to target to make sure that we address these things. And also part of these things, you have excellent commissioners. And let me tell you, they are advocating for you night and day, 24/7. And just looking at this transportation and these statistics, they are saying, what are we going to do? We had meetings in every commissioner district. They were at night, but also we had activities during the day. Part of this, it was to make sure that not only we can present to you our findings, but that we hear from you. It needed to be a grassroots effort, and this still is a grassroots effort. That's why we need for you to be vigilant and to engage with our programs. What the community tells us? Number one, that we need to have traffic calming. Right now, we are going to the Board of County Commissioners on December 2nd to have a resolution about traffic calming. Our original traffic calming started in 1994, 30 years ago, and just started just as a very humble program, just putting speed humps on residential areas. But we have expanded from residential areas to collectors, to arterials. I mean, we are talking about the whole transportation system. Now, as part of that effort, in the past, we said, okay, let's go ahead and get the community involved, and then the community can contribute 50% of the cost. And we went, it seems a good idea, but let's be honest. Can every community in Orange County afford to pay out of their own pocket? No. So we are talking about transportation equity, because usually the people in the underrepresented communities, that they are taking the public transportation and that they are walking, they're the ones that need most of this transportation improvements. So we discussed and said, no, this is not going to work for us. We talked to the commissioners. They said, we, Orange County, we're going to pay 100%. Now, we team up with your commissioners because, unfortunately, we don't have unlimited funding. But that's where they come in and they said, okay, I have discretionary funding. I don't know if they have told you how much they have, but it's to the tune of $75,000. So they have partnered with us, every single commissioner, to make some of these improvements. So please talk to your commissioners and see how they can also help you out. The last that we're going to be doing, that it was approved in August of this year, is the school zone. In August of 2026, we're going to be implementing the first school zone automated speed enforcement. We needed to go through the legislatures. We needed to have an ordinance. We are putting together an RFP. So what it means is that, and there's going to be a process, a 30-day trial or promotion, I guess, or information, that if we have the cameras and you, speed within those 30 days, you will get a notice, but you will not get a ticket. But the ticket is $100 if you go over the speed limit. These school zones will reduce the speed. If you go 45 miles per hour, it might be reduced to 20. So when you see the flashing beacons and things, then you have to reduce the speed. Why speed kills? About maybe 6 weeks or 2 months ago, Oak Ridge High School. I don't know if you heard about it, but we have 2 signals. We have a signal on Vanguard and Oak Ridge, and also we have a signal at the entrance of the high school driveway. But unfortunately, there was this young lady that she crossed in the middle. The posted speed is 45 miles per hour. The driver that he was not expecting, but he was going at the speed limit, at that time hit the young lady. She died. It was 45 miles per hour. So we are also looking what we can do for high schools so we can reduce our speed. But let me tell you, speeding, it is an issue. Also, with the documents, and I just mentioned this before, it is imperative that we have the Orange County, the way that we design our roadways. We are spending sometimes to the tune of $500,000, almost $1 million, coming back to retrofit some of these existing roadways to improve safety. Now, our goal is to make sure that if we have a new development or if we are doing a new roadway widening, that should already have, as part of the design, the safety features. So if the speed limit is 40, that they should be able to drive at 40, but not to drive twice the speed limit. So we have the Orange Code, we have the Vision 2050, we have sustainability, and we have the ADA accessibility. So now let's talk about the toolkit. On the toolkit, also as engineers or planners, we say, okay, what are we going to do? And our discussion is we cannot start from scratch. We cannot reinvent the wheel. So what are the current countermeasures from a national perspective, a national level, and then we trickle down to the state level and then to the local level? So we have in here what is called the Federal Highway Administration Proven Safety Countermeasures. So they have speed management, that you have these cameras, you have variable speeds, also you have roadway departures, we have also median islands, we have rumble strips, we have intersections, whether that is runabouts, maybe we have some signals in there, we have cross-fitting, intersection lighting. And lighting is a great way, especially at night. I know that I like to wear dark clothes, but sometimes in some of these intersections, the lighting is not positioned in the perfect place. You should have a lighting pole in between the crosswalk and the driver. So what does that happen? If the light is in there, then it is illuminating the pedestrian, and sometimes pedestrian with dark clothes and things. If the lighting is not there, you only see silhouettes. You don't see the features, and we need to see. So if you're going to be walking at night, I do on Saturday and Sundays a 6-mile walk. I live in, unfortunately, I used to live here in Orange County. Now I live in Osceola. But when I live in there, I make sure that I have close the light, the bright green and the orange and the things. When I press the pedestrian button and it says walk, I look around, I engage in the eyes and all of these things, because they say, I need to come back home. Still, my daughters, they need me. So I need to make sure. So we had all of these things, and I said, okay, we will go ahead and visit them. Yeah, I think that there's some information in there that it was missing. Well, I'm not going to go back. So what we did was that, so we named them differently. We just named them signals, signing and pavement markings, intersections, speed reduction, so then the average person can say, hey, this is what I need, this is what I see in my neighborhood, what are you suggesting? And then we have these cards, and these cards, it is the first ever, I think, that it has been done on a nationwide. So we went above and beyond what the federal government had done. So these cards is not only for you as the user, but also for the engineers. So we have the symbol, and that it has a speed limit, but also what we have in there, there is a little clock. So if the clock is only a quarter full, it means that we can implement it fairly quickly. If this is all filled with the orange, it's going to take a couple of years. So if you want something done fast, go and look at that. Then there's the dollar sign. So everything costs, there's nothing for free. But if you have $1 sign, cost effective. I mean, if you have 3 and 4, we are talking like a signal. A signal is $750,000. And let me tell you, we have budget for signals, but not for all of the signals that are needed. Also, we have some information for the designers, so they can go to the DOT manuals. So this card can give you an indication how we are addressing this particular issue, but also what can be done. So now in your community, if you have some issues, go look at the plan, look at the category, you have the menu in there, and you say, okay, this is what I need. Then you call your commissioner, you call Public Works, and say, I would like to talk to you about my road and some things that I would like to discuss that we think that our community thinks that can be implemented. Also, what we did was we developed maps, we call it high injury network, is where we have a lot of crashes in the corridors. So as part of this, because this was a regional effort, most of the concentration was in the FDOT roads. So when we were discussing this with Metroplan, I said, I understand that those are where you have the majority of the traffic, but I don't feel comfortable going back to the Board of County Commissioners and said, I need to pay for the DOT roads. What about our roads? And that's when we said, no, it has to be local. So we said we needed to have 4 major corridors. When we have a lot of crashes, 4 per district. So that's what we have. So on this one, it is the Pine Hills, correct? Yes, that we have. So there is a map that each little circle, there is a crash. So you can look in Division 0 and you can see the congregation or the cluster of these little crashes. So some of them, they happen to be at intersections, and that's where you have a lot of turning movements and the different modes. But some of them, they happen mid-block. And we should be looking at all of them. So on this particular corridor, we had in the 5 years, 538 crashes. We had 7 fatalities and 25 severe injuries. It's also broken down into the mode of transportation. It tells you how many crashes happen per year, but to the right, what that is telling us is what are some of the potential countermeasures that we can implement. So there is a place to start with that we all can participate. So please take a look at it where you are. I know that we were in District 6 on Thursday just talking about transportation. So of course, District 6 it was Oak Ridge, Pine Hills, Hiawassee. But we have for Clarcona, wherever you come from, we have within your district. The last is the strategic plan that we have. So part of this is the commitment from the leadership. If you want something done, the commissioners, they need to be invested, and all of them, overwhelming. They have been greatly supporting all of us. One of the things, if you remember, when Mayor Demings went for the transportation sales tax, and we were having all of these meetings, we had several tables in there just to talk about various type of projects and things that Public Works do. So we had a table that it was for bike and pedestrians and safety and operations, and overwhelmingly, that was the most visited table. I mean, stand in line, and they came in here. So, and we'll talk a little bit more what Mayor Demings did as a result of the feedback that we got from the community. So the leadership, and they are on board. Also, let me tell you about these 24 roads. So we did some analysis based on these proposed improvements. If we were to implement everything that it is anticipated, it's going to cost $250 billion with a B, 250 million. I mean, that is overwhelming with the statistics. We know that we don't have that kind of money, but we are submitting for grant applications. And also, we can take it one piece at a time. I don't know, people say that what is the way to eat an elephant? A bite at a time. So I don't know if this is a big elephant. But what we're going to do is that we have short, we have mid, and we have long-term improvements. Short-term improvements, what can we do now? Because the need is now. So let's go ahead and do it systemic. So if there is an intersection, then we're going to be doing what is called a leading pedestrian interval. Raise your hand if you know what a leading pedestrian interval. Okay, so what it is that if the traffic is going this way and you push the button to cross, you usually get the walking man. So the leading pedestrian interval is that the walking man is going to come 3 seconds before the traffic starts moving. So you are already in the crosswalk. People can see you, but that is giving you a head start. So if we're going to be doing in these corridors with signals a leading pedestrian interval, let's do it in all these signals. Why only do it on one that we had the latest crash? No, so we have to be aggressive. The other thing is that complete streets. What for all modes of transportation? Scooters is crazy. You know, they are just going very nimble, and some of them can reach speeds like 40 miles per hour. It just, this is something that we are wrapping our head around it and trying to come up with some options. But the most important thing is, how can we accommodate them? They can have the same rights as a bike. If we don't have bike lanes, of course, that they're going to be, they have the option to navigate with the vehicles in the travel lane, but sometimes that is not a good option or proposition. So we will look at those. But then the data, transparency, I think that is very critical, because with the transparency, you're going to ask us, why did you spend so much money in that district and not in my district? You know, maybe we can get a little bit defensive. You know, everything is going to District 6. But maybe everything needs to go to District 6, but we make sure that we share with everybody. So yes, that is not a problem. But maybe District 6, they have the greatest number of crashes. We don't know. So now talking about the 4 E's. So the 4 E's is very simple. The first E is engineering. And I get it. I am the engineer. I work for Public Works. You are expecting me and my team and all the engineers and transportation planners to come up with a solution, and we're responsible, and we get it. That's why we work in Orange County. When I moved from Tallahassee to Orange County, and they say, Humberto, you know, what made you move? You know, what attracted you to come to Orlando? I said, well, every type of problem that you can imagine, and even the West that you have not imagined, it happens there. So we know that this is, because we're urbanized, and also with the transportation systems and the tourists, this is very needed. So engineering is number one, and you need to hold us responsible to make sure that we provide sensible, cost-effective, and timely solutions to the transportation problems. That is a promise that I make to you, but you need to hold us accountable and to make sure that that is happening. Number two, enforcement. Unfortunately, you can have the posted speeds and all of these things, but if people can speed and go faster, if they are running late for work or whatever it is, they are pushing the envelope and they're traveling faster. Number three, when we talk about is the engineering education. And the education is something that the more that we talk about it, it seems very logical, but it's not being implemented. We need to have our schools, our kids, going to elementary, middle school, and the high school. It needs to be part of our daily conversation, our table talks at dinners, and whatever we need to do, because just the same thing as with my daughter, and especially when we have the beginning of the school year, one of the reporters said, Humberto, what do you recommend, you know, for the parents and for the kids? I said, what I recommend is that if your kid is going to walk, if they are going to be biking, 1 week or 2 weeks before school starts, you as a parent, as a guardian, you go through this and make sure that you understand what is happening, so then you can tell them a little bit more. I don't know, how much time do I have? Am I running out of time? 15 minutes? Okay. Yes, thank you. So this is the 4 E's. The umbrella, Division 0 is an umbrella. And the umbrella, it means that any project, any initiative that we have within Orange County, it should be looked or considered through the lens of Division 0, eliminating fatalities and severe injuries. So, as we have in the umbrella, we have human scale projects. Those are sidewalk projects that we have, bicycle projects, whatnot. Then on the system projects, we have resurfacing projects, we have reconstruction, and then on the planning side, we have new roadways and what we have. But it is imperative now, not only traffic engineering, but we have engineering. So the goal of this is that we start talking about safety from the planning to the design to the construction to the maintenance and operation. And as you see on the bottom, we have all the modes of transportation. And last but not least is that with the sales tax, there would have been plenty of money to address all of these needs, but unfortunately it didn't pass for whatever reason. And as a voter, you have your right to decide where your money it is spent. But Mayor Demings said, public works. We heard from the people, and they say that there is a safety and there is an operations issue. There is not the money. The fact that we didn't get the sales tax, does that mean that the problems went away? No. What are we going to do? So Mayor Demings, graciously, he says, I want the county to allocate $100 million to be spent over 5 years. And the breakdown of this is $55 million for public works, and this is regarding roadway lighting, sidewalks, and the safety improvements, and then $45 million for links, and that is regarding more operational frequency and the bus stops. So here when we are talking about lighting, so we're partnering with OUC and Duke Energy. We have about 23 miles, and this is moving at a very fast speed. Lighting saves lives. Also looking at the sidewalks. Sometimes we have faced communities that they don't want the sidewalks because they said, that front yard is part of my house. It is within the county's right-of-way, but if you can see on the roadway, if that sidewalk is not built, then the pedestrians are going to be walking on the roadway. And we try to be also environmentally sensitive. On the bottom picture, you can see that we are meandering and we're saving the tree, and we just want to make sure that the neighborhood it looks pleasant to everybody. And last but not least, that we are talking about the speed management, runabouts. Some people like it, some people they don't like it. We're building it in a way that they're easier to navigate. If a runabout was built 10 years ago, it's not a runabout, and there's some safety issues. Also, we have the mid-blocks, we have the left turn, the access management, and then we have raised crosswalks that we have. So a raised crosswalk, when vehicles are going over it, they need to slow down. It's like a speed hump, a speed table, but also it enhances the conspicuity. And then we have some additional countermeasures for this. But the bottom line is, when we were going through this exercise, there was a question that it was raised. And maybe this question, it is important for all of us. And they say, Humberto, is this goal of 2040 realistic about eliminating fatalities and severe injuries? And I paused for a little bit and I say, okay, how can I answer this? And I say, okay, let me answer your question with another question. Say, how many of your friends and families need to die for this? And my friends and families need to die for us to consider zero a realistic target. And I think that we all know the answer to that. So I want to thank you for inviting me for the presentation. Do we have any questions? Okay, so there is a mic, please.
Hi.
Hi.
Has there been any talk about, I know you talked about a traffic study. I'm just wondering, I've been living here 16 years in Florida, and the traffic patterns are exactly the same. The population has increased so rapidly, but every single light that you come across is 3.5 minutes long at every single stop. I mean, there has to be a big consideration to lowering the amount of time that, drivers are spending at each light. And is there any talk about jaywalking laws to, that's every metropolitan state and area has that implemented, and it does work. It's going to take some time to get it working, but there should be some consideration to that.
Yeah, and thank you for that question. Yes, regarding the progression of traffic, we're doing the signals coordination and all of these things. Unfortunately, when you have bigger intersections, the cycle to go through an intersection if because of the amount of traffic, sometimes it can be as close as 180 seconds, so that's 60, so that is 3 minutes, and sometimes we are pushing them to 240 seconds. So yes, so this is something that we are looking at it, are improving some of these things, but unfortunately, it's not giving all the reprieve that we are expecting. The other thing is that for the jaywalking, there is a law, but also enforcement. We in public works, we cannot enforce it. So, and when you talk about crime, or you talk about some of these jaywalking, perhaps people are going where the calls are. So there should be a conversation about how we can increase, or I think that there was like about 1,000 deputies that they need additional resources. So definitely there's a good conversation for this. Thank you. Okay, okay, right here, and then back there, and then over here, and then I will ask. Okay, I have so many questions. So just let me know whenever we are getting close. So we have.
Hi, my question is, with the implementation of electric bicycles, it seems to be a big concern around, especially in the metropolitan area. Are they taking the electric bicycles in consideration?
Yes. I think that in Tallahassee sometimes things are reactive. So scooters, they did take into account the scooters, but not to the place. Scooters now, they're traveling at 40 miles per hour. So, and also these bicycles that they can push the speeds. We had a conversation in District 1 with one of the representatives, and what we recommend is let's engage the Tallahassee officials, and we have talked to the commissioners, because the law as it is right now, it seems that there's a gap, or is silent in some of the things that we will need to regulate it. It's okay. Over here, and then when...
Perfect. Hello, Umberto.
Hello,
Thank you for your presentation. Really informative. I want to ask about safety countermeasures. You did talk about leading pedestrian intervals, right? What are the other safety countermeasures that you've seen be the most effective in protecting those vulnerable road users?
Okay, so lighting is one, because especially at intersections, that's where people tend to cross, so that is something that we should address. The other thing is that if you have, human nature is like, why am I okay? I don't know what is the distance between here to this wall, but let's say that we double this distance, or we go to the parking lot. If my destination is by the exit, why do I have to walk to the signal and do that? So the path of least resistance, or the shortest distance, is just to walk mid-block. So we are also looking at those ones, and if we say that the attractor, the origin and the destination is creating that walking need, then we are implementing also the mid-block crosswalks. So there are ones with the pedestrian hybrid beacons that we have in OBT, so we're looking at the speed tables and some of these things. Now that the DOT, they're more aggressive in implementing this, then if they are doing it, then we can do it, but sometimes we have shy away because they could be a little bit challenging, or yes, or not as embracing by the community. But yeah, so we have several. I like the mini circles and the runabouts. I like the traffic calming. In the manual, you have 50 plus 50 countermeasures. I highly recommend for you.
I'm so sorry. One more. Transmac. How is the county working with the Transportation Advisory Committee to inform where we are implementing some of these?
I'm glad you asked that. And as a matter of fact, I was there with Mike on Thursday, and I gave the same presentation. It was a little bit more in depth, but the same presentation. One of the things that Transmac asked bluntly and said, okay, you have your CIP projects, and most of them, they're about widening. He says, do you have the 24 corridors from Division 0 as part of your CIP? And I said, the short answer is no, but we want to implement it, and we want to see how we can address these corridors. Besides widening the safety and operations, and we need to allocate some money. So yes, so Transmac, they're asking the tough questions, but these 24 projects must be included, and Public Works is already beginning to develop the process. Now, it's not only to include them, but let's allocate the funding. And that's, where the conversation is a little bit tough. Okay, back there, the gentleman back there, and then we have, we will answer questions. I have, so two people, if I can say, could you answer my question? What are the 4 E's?
I can't answer that question.
Can you answer my question? Okay, 4 E's, and then I will give you the mic. Engineering?
Education, enforcement, emergency services.
Okay, so there is 2 giveaways, so you get one at the end. Please come, that we'll take a picture. There is one more. Okay, please, your question.
Okay, good morning. Thank you. Big supporter of Vision Zero, so thank you for this presentation. I'm going back to what you said in the beginning about the statistics with 20 miles an hour and the survival rate of pedestrians. Is there any thought in the school zones of lowering the miles per hour? Because in certain areas in schools, we still have 45 miles an hour posted. So if we know the outcome with that number, is that something that's being considered or ever talked about? And my second part of that question is Vision Zero, now that they're talking about driver's education coming back to the schools, how do we get this into that program to work with the young people as they're getting into the driver's seat?
Yes, thank you. And we are engaging with the schools, but there is more effort that it needs to be done. We know that they are an integral component or partner. And then regarding, we have the school zones for elementary and for middle school, but as a result of that fatality, it was not encouraged before with the high school, because we said, well, perhaps they're old enough, but nobody's old enough. That's what my mother tells me, you're just a kid. So anyhow, so yes, we are going to be also looking at the high schools, so then we can reduce the speed limit. How much time do we have? 3 minutes? Okay, so, right here, please, the lady, the young lady.
Thank you so much, sir, for the information that you've provided. If I'm not mistaken, you had a chart that said, and you referenced to Pine Hills having a total of 538 total crashes. Was that just for Pine Hills, or was that for, I'm sure it's not for Orange County. If it's for Pine Hills, then I need to find out, what are you proposing to reduce these crashes? And I know that speed is an issue.
Yes.
Turning at the red light is an issue. The people pull up to the red light and they yield as opposed to stop and turn. Those are issues for me. What are you proposing to try to reduce those crashes? I see 7 fatalities is not good, but good. But the crashes also increases the insurance premiums for people who live in the area or in certain zip codes. Your insurance is pretty much tailored to crashes that happen within the city. So what are you doing to try to lower that? Or is there some way you can monitor more? Because I rarely see a police cruiser anywhere on the road.
And that is unfortunate. So we do have, there is a current project that we're doing some signalized intersections within that corridor. Also, we had the pedestrian channel light fence and things. So they are telling me, so this is the last question, and I apologize. We can implement the leading pedestrian intervals if they have not been considered. Also, the sidewalk was supposed to be widened, so there was more opportunities. We will take a look at it. There are some construction improvement and safety, but definitely we can complement those with some of the countermeasures. The project started before Division 0, so we will revisit this. So the one last question is, for how many sections Division 0 has? How many chapters? 6, okay. So you get the second one. So thank you so much. On behalf of Orange County, please come back and you can get your prize and we can take the pictures. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Oh, yes, yes, yes.
My mom's dad in hip hop raised me.
Find it even harder looking forward to tomorrow. I was on the way to Harry's with the car he let me borrow. Knowing that it's over is a pill that's hard to swallow. It's a long road, lot of potholes. I'll tell it how it is, cause I can tell you how it isn't. It's not some cry for help, it's just some ordinary living. I'm still looking like myself, it's just a little part is missing. It's a long road, lot of potholes. Running Was there something that I didn't know?
It's a clean slate, a blank canvas, state of mind. New dawn on the horizon. Look at you shining, and I can't wait to see the way you bloom. Wildflower on the move now, breaking up new ground. I know it's been a long night. I know you're looking for light. I believe you'll find it in this perfect timing. We may not ever know why, but I'm gonna be by your side. From the winter to the springtime. If you wake up ready for the day to start, or carrying a heavy heart, no, sometimes that's just how it goes. When the rain comes, don't let it drown you out. You can take a breath and slow it down, 'cause you're not on your own now. I know it's been a long night. I know you're looking for light. I believe you'll find it in this perfect timing. We may not ever know why, but I'm gonna be by your side. From the winter to the springtime. Shorter nights and longer days, the sun is already on the way. Making room, creating the space, the sun is already on the way. It's on the way. I know it's been a long night. I know you're looking for light. I believe you'll find it in this perfect timing. We may not ever know why, but I'm gonna be by your side. From the winter to the springtime. Oh, I see it coming. I can see it coming. I can see it coming. Oh, I see it coming. I can see it Sometimes life is good. I met her last week on the internet. I'm so in love, I'm telling all my friends. I'm glued to every little word she says. She might be crazy, at least I don't know yet. She takes her coffee black but likes her matcha super sweet. She loves the killers and can balance it with R&B. I'm wide awake but afraid that it's just a dream. She might be everything I thought about at 17. I know I tend to get ahead of myself, but she's keeping up better than anyone else. Hey! I met her last
Hi, everybody. Just letting you know we are going to start our chat with the mayor within 2 minutes. So please grab your snacks, grab a seat, and we're going to be starting in 2 minutes. Chat with the mayor. Thank you.
Help lift the weight of the world up off you. And whenever you feel down, I'll tell you that you're doing just fine. It's only a matter of time before you find your home. Through your telescope, through your telescope. And I really hope that you get everything you want and more. 'Cause you deserve the most. Where's your story go? Where's it going? I said, tell me where it's going. You signed up for that class on Monday nights. You always study, put money in low-key. You never liked it. Left to your own devices. Your vision boards were always filled with future plans. Insecure, but more and more I see you put yourself out there. Even when the going gets tough, it's only a matter of time before you find your home. Through your telescope, through your telescope. And I really hope that you get everything you want and more. 'Cause you deserve the most. I know that you will find your home. It's only a matter of time before you find your home. Through your telescope, through your telescope, through your telescope. And I really hope that you get everything you want and more. 'Cause you deserve the most. Where's your story go? Where's it going? I said, tell me where it's Welcome to MME. Here at MME, we focus on community advocacy. We specialize in tax preparation, immigration, notary, real estate, and the list goes on and on.
Good morning. Thank you for choosing MME. What brought you here today?
Good morning. Yes, I know it's after tax season, but I was looking to see if I could have my taxes filed.
Awesome. You've chosen the right place.
Good morning, everyone. Please have a seat. We will begin shortly. We do have the mayor in our presence. So grab your last snacks, find a seat, and we'll be starting in the next 60 seconds. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We are getting started, so please find a seat. Thank you so much. I'm going to hand it off to Mr. Jason Reynolds so that we can begin. And if we can close those back doors, Victor, thank you. Thank you all so much.
Good. We be at the top with lock and keys. They run the play, can't stop the team. I'ma need one more. Yeah. I'ma need one more. I'ma need one more.
Good morning again, everybody. Welcome back. We are now starting the Chat with Mayor Demings session. So I'm going to read Mayor Demings' bio, but I know Mayor Demings needs no introduction to this community. But Mayor Demings, we haven't even started yet and you're getting an ovation. Mayor Demings was sworn into office on December 4th, 2018 as the 5th elected mayor of Orange County. He was re-elected in 2022. He is the first African American to serve in this role and oversees 8,000 county employees and the multi-billion-dollar budget as the county's chief executive officer. His goal is to make Orange County the experimental prototype community of tomorrow by creating community culture of innovation, collaboration, and inclusiveness. He is married to the former Congresswoman Valdez Demings, who made history as the first female police chief of Orlando. In November 2016, she was elected to the United States Congress and elected 2 more times. They have 3 sons, all graduates of the Florida A&M University. He's a graduate of Jones High School. Usually that gets some claps. We don't have any Jones grads in here? Okay. And holds a BA in finance from Florida State University. Not holding that against him. Okay, I know where the allegiances are. And a master's degree in business administration. Please join me in welcoming our Orange County Mayor, Jerry Demings.
All right, good morning. Buenos dias. Bonjour. Good morning.
Good morning. So, Mayor, thank you again. We've been at this for several years doing these talks. And one of the ways I want to start is, Mayor, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. Thank God for that. It has been an extraordinary period of time for me. The job of being mayor is a full-time job. And I'm pretty sure most of you know that last week, about a week ago, I formally entered the race to be the 47th governor of the great state of Florida. And so that simply means that I'm doing double duty right now. No, I won't have any days off likely the next year. We'll be traveling the state, but I will continue to honor my commitment when I got reelected in 2022 to my final term as mayor here within Orange County. My term concludes December of 2026, and so we will run through the finish line. I do ask our community for a little bit of grace. For the last 4.5 decades, I've given it all to this community. Oftentimes, been on call, rolled out of my bed in the middle of the night to go protect the people of our community. And through some difficult days, some good days, but some difficult days, including things like hostage situations, barricaded gunman situations, mass shooting situations, to responding to hurricanes, tornadoes, bombings, to other catastrophic events, to a global pandemic, where through some of those times I didn't have the opportunity to spend a lot of time with my family because I was taking care of the people in this community. So for this next year, because I'll be running statewide, I'll be on the road a lot. So I ask our community for a little bit of grace during that period of time. If you don't see me as present, there's never been a governor elected from this community. And when I win, you win. So Central Florida wins. And so, but I pray that you all will be supportive and understand during that process. But Orange County is home, and I live and walk in my passion to serve other people, not make it about me, but about you. And so I'm just prayerful that we'll take that to another level to be able to take care of all of the people of the great state of Florida. So with that, we'll stay focused now. We got that out of the way.
Indeed. So, Mayor, one last question related to that. You've talked about your more than 4 decades of public service through law enforcement, executive leadership of this organization, and others. And it always amazes me what you can manage to squeeze into 24 hours. So if you wouldn't mind indulging us and telling what has your day been like and what do you have to come? Because you didn't get the privilege of just waking up and coming here this morning. I'm sure there were stops along the way. And then we can get into some of the initiatives and we'll call it county priorities.
You're right. I wake up, I get out of the bed at about 5:30 every morning and take a quick stroll through the neighborhood now, and then I get on the phone. I start making some phone calls, and this morning, that happened. We had a meeting at Barnett Park before I came here. I will leave from here, and this evening I'm speaking in Marion County in Ocala. I'll get back home about midnight tonight. Tomorrow I'll take Brightline train from here I leave at 7:20 in the morning, and I go to Miami. And I'll spend the day in Miami, and then I'm going to turn around and come back and be present by Monday morning to prepare for our Board of County Commission meeting on Tuesday. And so that's the way it will be. I love what I do. If you ever had a job or something that you were doing that you were passionate about, when you do that, it's not so much like work. So I'm highly motivated to do what I do, and I've been blessed to have good health to keep me through that process, and a great support system. So I do relax. You know, Jason knows this. You know, I play a little bit of piano in my home. I don't go out and do concerts. And about a year or so ago, I bought a bass guitar, so I fool around with the bass guitar. And I ride motorcycles. So on Sunday afternoons, if I have the opportunity, I get on my motorcycle. That's the way it works.
Mayor, just listening to that schedule made me tired. Because that's so, Mayor, I noticed you haven't. So, are you watching your Seminoles this year or not? Because last year when I asked you, I think they maybe what 2 games last year, and this. So you weren't watching. You're back to watching them, yes or no? Asking for a Gator fan.
I try to watch my Seminoles. I'm a graduate of Florida State University, so somebody will be driving at least when I go to Marion County. So I hope to get to watch a little bit of it on my phone.
All right, so to business now, Mayor. You are entering your last year of Mayor of Orange County, or just about 12 months. Do you have, I know you have, what are your priorities between now and when you leave office as mayor? So about a year. What are those priorities, Mayor?
Well, as I came into office, our community continues to grow at a very, very fast pace. And there are a lot of good things happening, but there are some things that I think we can do better. I'll start with one that's obvious. If you drove here, traffic congestion is just getting terrible around here. So when I came into office, I said that would be a priority because we couldn't solve the housing challenges without solving the transportation challenges. So the Board of County Commission and I will have some conversations about the next step. How can we move the needle to make the multi-billion-dollar investments that's needed to help reduce the traffic congestion in our community? Back in 2021, we estimated at that time that the solution was to have a mass transit system here. That's at that time it was a $22 billion proposition that we didn't have the money to address it. So we looked at a half penny or a penny sales tax, and a penny today of the sales tax that is not paid on everything would bring in about $760 million on an annual basis. So over time, it was really the only source where the majority of the money will be paid by people coming to visit here and not the people who live here. We put it on the ballot in 2022. It did not pass. So now the board, for the last 8-9 months, we've been having meetings, vision meetings, discussing, okay, what's the option? So one of the options was to look within our existing last year was an $8.4 billion budget. This year it's $8.3 billion. We found $100 million in that budget, and we said that we would allocate additional funding, working within our means, to increase the number of routes that links would operate, the frequency of those routes, and the places where those routes would go. And we've done that. They go directly into our major job centers. It has reduced the wait time for people to be able to get from one place in the county to the next. We've improved some pedestrian types of improvements along our roadways. We've improved lighting. We've put people who depend on public transit. We've put these shelters, these bus shelters, out all over the county. We're still in that process, but that still won't get us mass transit. So the board is having some discussion about maybe a half penny. There's something called an infrastructure tax that you can just build the capital part of it, but it won't pay for operating it. We don't have the money to operate a mass transit system. If we started soon, like within the next few months, building a mass transit system, to build that mass transit system, to acquire right-of-way and all those other things, it would take probably 6 to 8 years before you would really see the significant development of that. So even if we made the decision now, we're at least 8 years away from seeing it happen. So every year we delay, traffic congestion continues to get worse. That means we continue to rely on roadways. That means that runoff from cars and building roads damages the environment. That means you sit in traffic. Most of our vehicles are still combustible engines. That means you sit there and you're sucking in the carbon dioxide from sitting in traffic. So that's damaging. The growth is likely going to continue in our community because we have a great community. The other thing that, so before I leave, we're not going to be able to substantially meet that goal. We may be able to vote on the framework going forward before I leave office. But what we will do is further stabilize the cost of housing in this community. We created, with your tax dollars, our own housing trust fund to help stimulate the building of affordable and workforce housing in this community. We will continue to expand our efforts to build housing. We committed that we would preserve land, the green space. We have a $100 million project where we are buying and preserving land. That will continue to happen. We will continue to look at addressing homelessness, mental health services. This fiscal year that we're in, we have additional money now to provide treatment for individuals who walk our streets. You see them sometimes. They're out standing on the street corners. You can see them that they need some help beyond what they are capable of doing themselves. In order to help them, it requires some money. It's a financial solution. We've set aside this year $56 million in our budget to help to address that. That will continue to happen. We're trying to get wages up. We're recruiting high-wage manufacturing types of jobs into this community. Okay. The minimum wage in Florida is going to go to $15 an hour sometime in the spring. Orange County's living wage, we went to that in 2020. When I came into office in 2018, we said we were going to do it in 2 years, and we did. For our workers in Orange County, all of them were raised to $15 an hour 5 years ago. The state of Florida is just getting there. Okay, so we still have work to do there to stabilize the cost for everyone with the rising cost of inflation. We just came off a federal government shutdown that has impacted a lot of federal workers and others in this community. That impacted people who were senior citizens and others who could not afford food for themselves. We are allocating additional money to Second Harvest to distribute to the various food pantries that are out there. That's an immediate need, something that we didn't plan for. But as a community, we have got to address that. So we're going to be focused on that this next year, on how to take care of the people who live here in this community. Our infrastructure, you know, we see these weather phenomena going on. Those of you who live in and around Orla Vista, you know, we had some challenges with storms. Hurricane season ends the end of this month. Pray that we get a year where we get a break. But we have essentially completed the infrastructure project around Orla Vista. We made that promise to the people. I wanted that to happen before I left the office, and it has happened. We're building community centers around Orange County. We will open a new community center in Tangelo Park after the first of this year. That will happen to provide services to that community and the seniors living in that area. In this building where we are right now, we're going to get our seniors facility open, and we're going to get the third part, the innovation lab, open before I leave office in 2026. All that is going to happen. Be multi-generational things happening in this community. Is that Commissioner Moore I see back there? Commissioner Moore came in. That's okay. Commissioner Moore is a stalwart on our board. She'll be leaving the board with me. She's going to leave a little earlier because she's running to be the mayor of Apopka. How about that? So those are the things that's going to happen before I leave office.
Okay. Very good. Thank you, Mayor. I mean, that's quite an extensive list. And we know, as the part of the staff, we are committed to bringing those projects to fruition and making sure they're effectuated. So going back a little bit, Mayor, again, we talked, this is ending of year 7 as mayor of Orange County. What are you most proud of that we've done? So you talked about some things that still need to get done, or some things that you talked about, the housing and the homeless, but something that you said, this finished, this is done, because I know you have a transition team report and you have other initiatives that came in. What are you most proud of, Mayor Demings?
It's the human services. Our most successful efforts have been centered around people. You know, I talked about the Housing Trust Fund. I talked about the human services. We impaneled a commission to look at our continuum of care for those who are mentally ill, who suffer with substance abuse related issues, who suffer with behavioral health related issues, alcoholism, or co-occurring issues. We said that there was a $49 million gap in services in our community. We committed that we would close the gap. We received the final report from the commission that reviewed it, and from that point forward, the next year we started allocating an additional $10 million from your taxpayer dollars to address those issues for those individuals. If we're able to get people functional through treating their illness, getting them on the medication that they need, putting them in housing, it reduces crime. Some people commit crime because they're mentally ill, they're on drugs. If you can get them whole, they can work, they're not a drain on the rest of us who have to pay for them because they are not working. We get them back working. It's a long-term strategy that has worked. In 2008, we were booking 61,000 people through our jail. In 2020, it dropped to about 26,000. We're up to probably this year it'll be 33, 34,000, but still a long way away from 61,000. At a time when our population went from 900,000 to 1,511,000. Just because of the growth, we should be booking more people through the jail. But because we are proactive, we use a prevention strategy, an intervention strategy, and enforcement. If we just use enforcement, we would say we can arrest ourselves out of that problem. You can't. Because of my long-time career, I was a law enforcement officer for 37 and a half years. I'm still a certified law enforcement officer. I learned some things over that time that's being smart on crime. Arrest the ones who are violent offenders and let them go to prison. The ones who struggle with the nonviolent offenses who are coming back into our community, let's take care of them. Let's get them self-reliant in a self-indulgent world. I'm proud of the fact that the human services have improved in this community. All of this stuff I just talked about, the senior citizen facility, the innovation lab, this multicultural center, that takes care of people. People. So I'm proud of that, the arts and cultural affairs, things that we are doing to make certain that we have a high quality of life and we value the diversity of our community. We're investing in the arts and the culture in this community using those tourist development tax dollars. This facility, there are arts and cultural events that happen right here, the Performing Arts Center that we have in this community. All of those nonprofits that depend on a handout as a hand up to improve their organizations, we're doing that in this community. We're improving the quality of life in this community. So it's a multi-pronged approach. I told you we are taking care of the environment. We're taking care of the people. It's people-centric. You ought to be proud of that as our community. We get criticized, by the way, by some people in our state who say that, why are you investing in those programs? And they'll label them diversity, equity, and inclusion. I said, no, these are human services that we're investing in. We have the money to do it, and we're going to do it. You know, people who are artists are earning a living, whether they are musicians, they're songwriters, they are film producers, they are actors. We are bringing back our film incentive program to bring back motion picture and movies and the filming of commercials into this community, and we're starting that like within just a month or two. Those are living legacies. The Housing Trust Fund, the taxpayers of Orange County said they want a housing trust fund here forever. So by referendum, you decided that we will always have a housing trust fund. The only thing you did, you gave the Board of County Commission now and in the future some discretion about how much money they would put in it. You got to have the money to put into it. But the hospital stepped up to the plate. The corporate community stepped up. And they are partnering with us to build these housing units. Universal and Disney stepped up. Habitat for Humanity stepped up. Just yesterday, we went out, 2 homes in Apopka are going to some families. It's human services. When those families move in, they have a house that they will own. In America, to build generational wealth, or wealth that you can transfer to your children, you got to own something. And for most Americans, it's their home. Getting them out of renting and owning their home, we've been doing that in Orange County. And you may not see it every day, but it's happening. Trust me. Families are moving from sleeping on the sofas with somebody else, sleeping in their cars, sleeping in the woods, sleeping in hotels that they really cannot afford, to sleeping in a home that they own. By reducing the cost of building that home, we're using surplus property in Orange County to put into the mix that ultimately means that home is less costly when it's sold, to them putting in sweat equity, the individuals moving in to keep the price of that home down. At the end of the day, they're moving into their own homes. They are your families. They're people you know that this is happening for in our community. So that's what I'm most proud of, is the living legacy of touching people's lives. You know, they say that, Carol hears me say this all the time. She's with me a lot. If you want to touch the past, touch a rock. If you want to touch the present, touch a flower. If you want to touch the future, touch a life. It outlives us when we touch it. Lives, we touch the future. All right.
All right, Mayor. So one last question, then we're going to transition to the audience. So in your 4+ decades of leadership, feel like it culminated in a book that you recently, somehow the mayor found time to write a book. So it's called Believe, Faith, Trust, and the Courage to Lead. And you're speaking to a room full of community leaders, whether that's their neighborhood association, mandatory or voluntary, or nonprofit, or business, whatever. These are, whatever the case, these are business leaders. If you can extract one nugget from that book that you would want to impart to a room full of leaders.
Well, the one nugget is the first word in the title of the book. Believe. If you don't believe that you can make a difference in the life of other people through your service, take a look again. You can. I've been incredibly blessed when God used me to touch somebody else's life without my permission. So my book is called Faith, Truth, and the Courage to Lead. The first 4 chapters talks about my background, my parents, my great-grandparents, and my great-great-grandparents. My great-great-grandparents were enslaved. My parents lived to be pretty old. My dad died in 2023. He was just shy of 101 years old. He was born in 1922. My mother died in 2017, right after I announced I was running for mayor. She was almost 96. Their parents were born in the 1890s. Both of my grandmothers, one was born in 1894. She died in 1998. She was 104. The other one was born in 1896. She died in, she was about 90 years old, so 86, somewhere around that period of time. Their parents were born in the 1870s. Those would have been my great-grandparents. They were just poor people. Some of the things that I've been able to do by getting an education, standing on their shoulders, just been extraordinary. So I talk a little bit about that, but then I talk about, the book is based on a scripture out of the Bible, 1 Chronicles chapter 4, verse 10. if you're a Bible reader, a Bible believer, you've heard of the prayer of Jabez. That prayer is, "O Lord, that you would bless me indeed and enlarge my territory, that your hand will be with me and keep me from evil, that I may not cause pain." So I pray that prayer. And, I grew up in the church, but that was one of those scriptures that I didn't remember reading as a kid, but as an adult, I leaned into it. And so the phenomenal journey that I've been on as an adult is pretty extraordinary. As a public servant, 2026, I would have completed 45 years of public service. From being a street cop to a chief of police to a sheriff to a mayor. Met a lot of people in between, a lot of people who were hurting. So I talk a little bit about that journey. I'll give you one example of when I say God will use you without your permission. This is a true story I'm going to tell you. On a Friday when I was a sheriff, my secretary had booked me to attend a church, a family and friends day at a church on the Sunday. So when I left, as I was preparing to leave the office on that Friday, I said, I'm just going to just say hello. I'm just going, right? She said, yes. I said, I'm not speaking right. She said, no. She said, I told them, in fact, that you probably won't be able to stay for the full time. So I said, okay. So Sunday, I got to the church a little early. I saw the pastor outside the church. He said, hey, good to see you. Come on in, Brother Demings. I went in. He said, he kind of looked at my hands. I just had my cell phone in my hand. He said, let's go to my office. You need to prepare anything? I looked at him like, no, I'm good, Pastor. So, those of you who've been in a church or, sometimes they have 3 chairs up in the pulpit, and the center chair is a little taller than the other 2. He sat me in the center chair. Now, I'm like, what am I doing in the center chair? Because normally, who sits in the center chair? The pastor or whoever going to be preaching, right? So I'm like, well, wait a minute. Now, I'm not supposed to even be staying here. I'm in the big chair. Church is getting ready to start. They hand me the little program. They were still handing out paper program. Now we got these QR codes, you have to scan it. But I looked in, I opened it up, and it says, Sheriff Jerry Demings, proclaimer of the hour. So I almost panicked. I said, wait a minute. There's a miscommunication here. I don't have a sermon. I'm not a preacher. So I sat there and I said, oh, Lord, how did this happen? I'm thinking, how did I misunderstand what my secretary said on Friday? This is Sunday. I had no time. So my mother taught me to pray. I started praying, oh, Lord, that you would bless me indeed. And I said, okay, that's what I'm going to talk about. So I gave about a 7.5-minute sermon, and I laughed the whole time, afterwards. I said, okay, God just used me without my permission. He put me in, He created this circumstance, and I'm like, okay, God, you got a sense of humor here. So sometime in your life, I asked you the question in the book, has God ever used you without your permission? Where you found yourself in a situation where you were called upon to say something, do something, help somebody else. And so the final 10 chapters of the book is about you, the reader, where I challenge you to walk in your passion, a passion of service, to help someone else, because your lives will be enriched because of that. So that's why that book, Believe. So my staff, sometimes I wear a pin, a little button, and it says Believe. People ask me, what is that about? I said, believe. I believe that we can always be better. I believe that the world can be better. I believe that people can treat each other better. I believe that there's no obstacle that if we believe and we work together, that we can overcome. Am I right about it? Okay. So I believe that this community conference is designed to engage. We are going to recognize in a little bit the Citizen of the Year, to encourage that person and encourage others who may observe that person. Regardless of your age, if you have some breath, some mobility, some cognitive skills left, you will touch someone else's life for the better. Believe it. All right? Believe you can do it. So that's the nugget I'm leaving you all. I'm not trying to sell the book because the book is selling well. I take the money from the book, and guess what I do with it? I give it to the charities that I support. Yes. I've been tempted to buy me a new suit, but I don't think that's the reason God did it, so I give it to these charities. So, and Commissioner Wilson, she tried to sneak in here, but she didn't sneak too well. So other commissioners may come in, and when we present the Citizen of the Year, we'll ask them to come up at that time. All right, Jason.
So now we'll go to audience questions. We have two folks, if you wouldn't mind raising your hands, who have the microphones, or at least one. Yeah, if you have a microphone, you have one, two microphones. Who has questions for Mayor Demings? I find it hard to believe. Mayor Demings and I have been doing this together since 2019. And there's one. There's a question. Somebody has questions.
Hi, Wassy Oaks. Okay, Mayor Demings, after you win governor of Florida State, what's your next move?
I'm going to pray about it. But, it'll be an incredible blessing to serve at a different level. We'll see. I believe.
We have a question here in the front.
By the way, I volunteer to head your homeless department. It's a passion of mine. It has been for many, many years. So when you said that, I had to say that to you. But one of the things that I would like to task you as our governor is to address the insurance crisis in this state. I came here from New Jersey as a single mom. And in my worst year with 3 teenagers, I was paying $18,000 a year for 3 vehicles that are not luxury vehicles by no means. And that is an incredible amount of money to pay for insurance to have teenagers in this state. The other thing that I would like to task you with is addressing insurance fraud in the state as well. That's going to be a huge undertaking. I'm an insurance adjuster, and I've been in the insurance industry for a really long time. I also want to task you to social services for our seniors. I, as an insurance agent, worked with seniors for a really long time, since 2008. and the social services program in this state is lacking, not just with our seniors, but with even single moms. I came here with working for UPS for 20 years. I had to use all of my 401k that I saved for 20 years when I lost my job. In the crash of 2007, within 9 months, all that money was gone, because as a single mom with 3 kids, only because I was making almost 5 figures when I came here, I didn't qualify for any services. And I had to use my 401k that I saved for 20 years within 9 months, just to keep shelter and food in the table for my kids.
Excellent. I'm up to the challenge. You know, I have some ideas about how we can stabilize those costs, but insurance fraud. Okay, there are people who treat an accident like winning the lottery. And these personal injury lawyers, they're getting really wealthy doing it, okay? And they have a heavy lobby in Tallahassee. Then the healthcare system needs some reform, because your healthcare is super expensive as well. So there, through our regulatory authority, through, I think, more prevention-related programs, intervention-related healthcare programs, we can address some of those issues. So yeah, that's top of mind for me, because that affects most families, okay? Unless you're a billionaire or you're very wealthy, any kind of healthcare crisis can be detrimental to a family's income, like what you're saying happened in your case. So I hear that all across the state right now, and there's opportunities for reform, but at the same time, we got to get the wages up, we got to stabilize the costs, and that will require some leadership, some bold leadership to some of these folk who are influencing the cost of everything, looking at a different way of doing business. We do need to get people back to work, for example. There are some mothers, if you got a child care is super expensive. So I'm trying to, through listening, there are some people, it doesn't even make sense if they don't have a skill. The cost of child care, I'm told, for a single child now on a monthly basis can be $1,100–1,200 for one child. And if you're a mother and you have 2 or 3 and they're under the age of 5, you know, from infant to 5 is a critical period of time. I believe that let's explore how we could significantly reduce. You know, we have Head Start now, but the federal government is looking to reduce the funding for that. We could do Medicaid expansion as a state. We haven't done that. Those are the types of things that, you know, as governor, why leave money on the table? You know, I think Medicaid expansion is important. But changing, we need to go through a paradigm shift of how we provide health care services. Okay. There are some models around the country that I'm studying to where people can have access to quality health care at an affordable price. So we're leaning into it. I'll be traveling the state listening. So what you're saying is important to me. It's important to my family. It's important to your family.
Two last,
all right.
Or I say 3. So one right here is this lady in the gray, I think, first, then Miss Levi, then this gentleman right here. I think those will be our 3 questions. Yes.
I have a question about the bed tax. What are you and your commissioners doing so that the taxes can be used for things that actually benefit the citizens? I don't really see how Disney and Universal needs us to advertise their parks. Everybody in the world knows about them. The taxes need to be used for transportation, bus stops, stuff that actually benefits us, which the tourists also use. And I know you all have had issues with that, but what can be done or needs to be done to change that?
It would take a change in the law today. Those things that you just discussed, mostly are not eligible uses for the expenditure of the tourist development tax today. It is a tourist development tax. It was created by the Florida legislature to bring tourism into our communities. I am a supporter that the TDT, I'll call it TDT for short, could be expanded to some other uses. Right now we're having conversations in the state, the leadership of the state is having conversations about eliminating property taxes. There's no path to eliminating all property taxes, because that's how the government works. But we'll have to see what comes out of this legislative session. If they reduce property tax, they got to make it up somewhere else. They might look at TDT. They may look at something else. But at the end of the day, your government will have less money than they have today, and we do not have enough money to address all the issues that we already have. So then that makes local government make some tough decisions. Some of these human service programs that I talked about they will be cut. That's just now, they've been in committee meetings with the legislature. They've been talking about carving out law enforcement and saying, okay, for property taxes, there'll still be, you still can do it for law enforcement. They didn't say anything about fire. Today, public safety, first response eats up the majority of any local government's budget. So some of these things that you're talking about, like doing with other things, if they do that, it makes it increasingly more difficult to do those types of things. For me, the tourist development tax, if I were the king to make the decision today, I would expand the use to address affordable housing, maybe transportation. And that's it. Because there's not enough money that comes in. We bring in about $384 million. That's the all-time high. There are more people who want those dollars to benefit their style of business than we have funds for. Our county budget this year is $8.3 billion. Not enough. Tourist development tax, $384 million. So you see, you can dangle the carrots out there and they look nice, but when you get in, the devil's in the details about how this really works. Because I know how it works. It's not a panacea. In the state of Florida, 30-something years ago, the state of Florida said on every real estate transaction, you pay a fee that goes into a housing trust fund that's controlled by the state of Florida. It's called a Sadowski Trust Fund that was supposed to be used to stimulate the building of workforce and affordable housing in the state. Unlike Orange County, where our county charter says we have to use it for that, over the decades, the state has taken that money and they didn't use it to build workforce housing. They use it to supplant things that was funded in the state's budget that the state was funding and they no longer funded it. It didn't go for the desired purpose. So how the legislation gets written is really important about how that really works. There's Commissioner Gomez-Cadero just came in as well. So until the legislature puts all of the details in, we won't know whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. Because what is motivating some of them is political ambition, not really solving the issues of that we wrestle with in our local communities. So I promise you that I hear you. I'm committed to doing something about it. We are committed. Our Board of County Commission has been committed. The Doge audit, they doged us, criticized us because we took money to do some of these things you talked about to help the people of our community. We had the money to do it. The costs were going up. The state mandated that we had to have a program to address homelessness. Didn't give us any money to address it. They mandated that we had to pay more for the pensions of our employees who are in the state retirement system. It was a mandate, an unfunded mandate. That's in our budget. We got a lot of money from the federal government for the post-COVID era to do various things with. They didn't back all that money out of what we got. You know, it's going to next year or this year, kind of the last year of most of that. So I hear you, and I am an advocate that it should be expanded, is what I'm telling you.
So we have two more questions, right here, Ms. Levi, and then the person right behind you.
Good morning, morning, afternoon, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Now.
Don't do that to me. I know you're running for governor for the state of Florida. So what are your plans for the state of Florida if you become the next governor?
So I really didn't want to make this about me running for governor. I wanted to try to keep it depoliticized it to the extent that I can. But for me, it is all about, and we've talked about it, holding the state of Florida to the promise that it made, addressing housing affordability, addressing insurance, the cost of insurance, addressing issues like high rent payments, addressing issues like the cost of health care for all of us. I have some ideas. Even public education is under assault. There are some advocating that we should do away with public schools and make all schools a form of charter schools. The majority of the nation's children come out of public schools. I believe in parents should have choice in where they take their children, whether that's a private school, a boarding school, a charter school, or public school. I don't believe that the charter, private, boarding schools should thrive at the expense of public schools. I believe that we should preserve public schools, okay? So education is one of those issues. The fundamental reason that government exists is to keep people safe. My goal is to make Florida, if not the safest state in the union, one of the safest states in the union. By using this four-pronged strategy that I talked about before, that we have used in Orange County, relatively speaking, our crime has remained low for decades. We are booking fewer people through our jail. That means fewer people committing crimes because of the prevention-related programs that we invest in, the intervention. Let's say you mess up a little bit, but then we intervene and redirect your behavior, get your treatment, etc. Enforcement. The people who deserve to go to jail, they deserve to go to jail because they've committed violent acts. Prosecution. prosecute the right people. The overwhelming majority of people who commit crimes, they're coming back into our community. When they come back, they need to come back ready with some skill to go to work to take care of themselves. Otherwise, they're going to be back out there doing the same thing over and over again. That strategy has worked here in Orange County, and it will work for the entire state of Florida. So because of my experience, doing what I've done over these decades, there's empirical data that supports what I'm saying that will work. So it's those types of things. I want to invest in our arts. I love my grandchildren, the 4 granddaughters, they're all ballet dancers. I want them to have a great world. I want to preserve some of our green spaces. Right now, the politics of our state are such that the state is not working with local governments. They're preempting us. They're taking the authority. You all elect us to make some decisions because we're closest to you making decisions on your behalf through these elected officials. The state has continuously preempted our ability to make decisions for you. When that happens to me, that diminishes your ability to have accountability for these local officials who you elect. And it's in Tallahassee where you're not likely going to see many of them often sitting in here having this kind of conversation with you. Those who go to Washington, they come in, but every single day we're wrestling with your issues. So I want government to function like it's supposed to. We're dysfunctional right now. This fighting along partisan political lines, I'm tired of it. Government works better when the state works with the local governments and the state works with the federal government. We got to get back to some normalcy, some democracy, some diplomacy. I don't know about you, but coming down here and these performance politicians just standing up, making wild accusations with no facts, I'm tired of that. We should be taking care of these people. So because of my experience, I will kind of bridge this gap between local governments and the state because I understand how it works. It works better for you when we do that and we work together. There, quite frankly, the private sector isn't doing what they're supposed to be doing. To solve the issues that we are living with, the private sector needs to be putting more money in to the solution, okay? Let's not give them a pass. So I believe strongly in public-private partnerships. It takes courage, you know, when you see some of these industries, you know, the bar, the attorneys, they're a powerful lobbying group. There are all kinds of special interest groups that are out there. But I want us to level the playing field. So, you know, I could talk all day about it, but again, this is kind of about you, not me. I will be running a campaign, and you'll hear the campaign, what I will do. But so I do appreciate the questions about it. I know I'm here. You can ask me questions about it. The way I have, in these 4.5 decades that I've been here, you've seen me. You kind of know how I lead. You don't have to guess about it. So there should be, I hope there's some comfort there that he's not going to be really crazy. He's going to be moderate. He's going to be in the middle. He's not going to, you know, do things that is contrary to the best interest of most of us. You're right. All right, one more.
Thank you. I'm Daniel Elliott with Darden Restaurants. Oh, was it? Okay, thank you. Congrats on your run, Mayor. I think my perspective is there's a national trend where communities are less connected, less trusting of each other, and less cohesive. And alongside that, I think some of our Citizen Corps programs like Neighborhood Watch mainly Citizens on Patrol, Medical Reserve Corps, and CERT. There's an opportunity for revitalization. Maybe they're not working in the ways that they used to. What are ways where we can solve that societal problem, not an Orange County problem, but really a deep societal issue? And can we use revitalization of those programs to help solve that too?
The short answer is absolutely. In order for us to be as safe as we possibly can, you, the public, cannot be passive in that process. You have to help make yourselves safe. Now, the government, you pay us to help make you safe, but you have to be an active participant. The Citizen Corps program I was part of when I was Deputy County Administrator and Public Safety Director, bringing that here to this community. And sometimes we lose focus. Things change. But we have to have citizens engaged. And what Citizen Corps is an opportunity for citizens to volunteer their time to make sure that their respective individual neighborhoods are prepared. We provide you with the training, we provide you with the tools that until the government can come in with all of the resources, that community, if they find themselves in a challenging situation, has to come together to protect itself until the rest of the forces can come in. And that's what we try to do with our Citizen Corps program. I think that there are opportunities to engage more. If you've seen my style of leadership, I think it's 7 different task forces that I have impaneled of volunteer citizens to tackle big issues, from housing to domestic violence to crime to the tourist, how we will spend the tourist development tax money. I opened that up to a task force of people to make recommendations to us, and I was willing to live with whatever they said. They made some recommendations, and the Board of County Commission accepted it. So I will do that. That's kind of how I do business, get citizen input, rather than sit up here like I'm the king and tell you I got all the answers. No, we listen to our citizens and we come up with the better answers. So anyway, thank you all so much. I'll be here if you have other questions. I'll be walking around. We're going to turn it back over to Jason. I think we're going to get our Citizen of the Year recognized here shortly. I saw Commissioner Gomez-Cordero. Commissioner Gomez-Cordero waves. She's out of District 4. Commissioner Simrad, did you come in? Also, Commissioner Simrad, District 5. Commissioner Scott, I know he was coming. District 6. District 1, Commissioner Moore is here. District 1 is Commissioner Wilson. District 2 is Commissioner Moore. District 3 is Commissioner Uribe. She's en route. And that's all. So here shortly we'll have all of our commissioners here, and we'll go from there. Jason, you got it.
Quick, so Mayor, thank you very much for being here. You all don't realize the mayor has no notes. We didn't discuss anything. All those numbers, all those stats are right from Mayor, and very candid, put himself out there. So thank you, Mayor Demings, for being a part of this workshop. So it is 12:43. So at 12:50, sorry, it's been a long day. 12:50 promptly, we will be starting the lunch and award ceremony. So you can get up, move around, but at 12:50 we will be returning here to have the lunch and start the award ceremony. So again, thank you again.
I know that I got a type. I can't can't explain, it's just energy. I try to put up a fight, but I don't stand a chance against gravity.
say that opposites attract. I guess I'm just a dog chasing after kitty cat. We be black and white, day and night. Say we don't go together, but we racing at the light. Boom, boom, ready, set,
Good afternoon. Hello, everyone. We're about to get started with our awards and luncheon. But first, please have a seat so we can try to stay on track. If you guys can hear me in the back, please have a seat. We're going to get started. We have a lot of people to award, to serve, and to award. Ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat so we can begin. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for coming back. Please have a seat. We are trying to stay on track for our awards luncheon. We will have Mr. Jason Reynolds come back out so that we can begin. Once we're finished, you'll get a chance to get some pictures. We'll also get some food. But thank you so much for you guys coming back. Is anyone looking for seats? Do you want to raise your hand if you have an empty seat next to you that somebody can sit at? So if anybody's looking for seats, there's some empty seats up here. Thank you guys so much. It goes
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm getting clapping and I haven't even done anything yet. But good afternoon. Welcome back to the 2025 Orange County Community Conference. We are happy to be hosting everyone. We know the audience is a little bit bigger now than it was this morning, and we're glad that you spent your Saturday with us. We had a number of workshops, exhibitors, and I hope everyone got to take in just the abundance of information. Excuse me. Allow me to reintroduce myself for those who weren't here earlier. My name is Jason Reynolds. I'm the Deputy Director of the Planning, Environmental, and Development Services Department. I am the MC and host. But while I'm doing introductions, I want to introduce everyone to somebody else. I was formerly the Manager of Neighborhood Services. This past week, a new Neighborhood Services Manager was appointed, or it started her role. Miss Brandy Driggers over here. So next year, you won't be seeing me as MC and host. That will be Brandy. I will be in the audience, critiquing, making comments as usual, and just being one of the I won't dress up. I will just come here on time. I won't have to be here early, and I can sit in the audience and enjoy myself. And Brandy can be on the hot seat, thinking about the timing of things. But again, welcome. I'm privileged to be Brandy's leading them, but working with a group of dedicated public officials engaging and strengthening communities, putting on this conference. And I want to highlight just three of Brandy's staff, three of the team this morning, who this morning, one of the conference attendees had a flat tire in the parking lot. And Tahaj Swan, Daniel Long, and Daniel Ortiz helped that resident change their tire. So in your job description, where it says other duties is assigned, that's what that meant. Here working at the conference, but if someone is in need, helping to change a tire. We're grateful to the Orange County Multicultural Center for many reasons. This is a beautiful facility. They are our host facility. The staff here has done a fantastic job helping us to put on this conference. So if you wouldn't mind just giving one more quick round of applause to the Orange County Multicultural Center. We are honored to have our elected officials this afternoon with us. There's our mayor, Mayor Jerry Demings. All right, Commissioner Wilson, I just saw right here. Commissioner Wilson, District 1. Commissioner Moore, I know I saw in the green in the back. Commissioner Uribe just came, the blue. Commissioner Gomez Cordero, yes, right here. Commissioner Martinez Semrad, I know yes, we are, right here, thank you. Commissioner Scott, I know I saw Commissioner Scott here. He's outside, but Commissioner Scott is here, I know he's here. Yes, clap. Are there any other elected officials with us this afternoon? Okay, so I covered everybody. Such a wonderful day could not happen. Oh, Commissioner Scott, you were out when we recognized you, but Commissioner Scott's here. Before we go into our luncheon, I just want to recognize again some of our sponsors. MME 1040 Service Center, that's our presenting sponsor. They're also in the lobby. Orlando Health, I saw a representative from Orlando Health here. Fairwinds Credit Union, Florida Community Loan Fund, Wendover Housing Partners, and the Sprouts on Turkey Lake. They provided these beautiful centerpieces you see here. So thank you to all of our sponsors. This program is not possible without our sponsors. We hope you took advantage of the speakers. I do want to recognize one more quick person. Is Daniel Elliott here? Daniel, yes, you asked a great question. Daniel Elliott is he's a member of our Neighborhood Grants Advisory Board. He is probably the youngest registrant and attendee. He's 18 years old. And if you were here, not 18 anymore? No. Okay, still very young. 18 to 24 is still very young. But you asked a very insightful question, and we need to make sure younger folks, I'm out now of the age I can say that, younger folks are engaged. So lunch is about to be served. That's being provided by Spice House Catering. I want to emphasize we are using small businesses in our community. Spice House Catering. Miss Juliana is going to call the tables. She's been making the announcements. She is fantastic. Her voice projects well. So we're going to call the tables, call in order. We're going to take a very short break for about 20 minutes while we get the awards organized for about 20 minutes. So it is, no, maybe less. It's 1 o'clock now and 20 minutes. At 1:20, we're going to reconvene the program. But in the meantime, if you would get your food, go through the lines, come back to your tables, try to move a little bit quickly so we can make up for last time. But again, we were going to sorry, Mayor Demings, sorry. I skipped, no, actually, Mayor Demings, you're speaking after lunch. You're good with, yeah, you're good? Okay, I saw the folder and I got nervous. Okay, so we're going to have lunch. We're going to come back at 1:15. We're going to hear from Mayor Demings and then do the awards. So, Juliana, if you wouldn't mind calling the tables for the lunch. Again, it's in the back. It's a buffet provided by Spice House. And I will see everyone back at 1:15.
Hello, everyone. So we're going to try to keep it organized. We're going to have the first 3 tables head to the back, and we'll go towards the left and then wrap around to come back. If you have any questions or you need any assistance, we ask that everyone else please remain seated so it's not chaotic in the back there. But the first 3 tables, and then as I see the lines progressing, I'll call more. And then I also have Megan Jen. She is here from
Community Works.
Community Works, and she has a special prize.
Block party in a basket.
A block party in the basket for Orla Vista, our neighborhood that came here. So she has that for you guys. Congratulations. Orla Vista Safe Neighborhoods, please come up so you can get a picture. All right, guys, that was a little bit faster because we're switching it up. We have 2 serving stations. So tables 4, 5, and 6, you are going to head out my stage right, out those doors, and there's a serving station out there. Victor, can you open the back door for me? You can follow Rose Nancy. She's waving her hand back there. Tables 4, 5, and 6.
I just wanna say it out loud. I wanna shout it from the mountaintops. I wanna look you in the eye, even though you've heard it a million times. I'm gonna say it for the rest of my life. I love you so much, I could cry. Love you so much, honey, I could die. Love you so much, I could fly. And kissing your lips is giving me a buzz. I'm saying it way too much, just in case you don't hear it enough. I love you so much, I do. You know I love you. This'll be the last time we'll be this way.
And now can we have tables 7 and 8? You can line up in here on my stage left.
I wanna shout it from the mountaintops. I wanna
wanna say it for the rest of my life. I love you so much, I could cry. Love you so much, honey, I could die. Love you so much, I could fly. And kissing your lips is giving me a buzz. I'm saying it way too much, just in case you don't hear it enough. I love you so much, I feel it deep down in my bones. Oh, I love you so much, 'cause we're connected at the soul. I love you so much, I could cry. Love you so much, honey, I could die. Love you so much. I'm on the edge of the sky. Baby, kissing your lips is giving me a buzz. I'm saying it way too much, just in case you don't hear it enough. Just in case you don't hear it enough. Just in case you don't hear it enough. I love you so much. I do. You know I love.
All right, can I have tables 9 and 10? You are going to go to the one outside to the right. 9 and 10. You will head out the double doors. Rose Nancy has her hands up with our pamphlet. You're going to follow her out. Tables 9 and 10. Hello, everyone. Now tables 10 and 11. No, I said 9 and 10. So 11 and 12, you're going to follow Rose Nancy out the back. That line's working a little bit faster. So what you see, she has a pamphlet in the air. You're going to head out the double doors. Tables 11 and 12, you can head to the indoor line on our left, my stage left. Tables 11 and 12. I think I said that wrong. I said 9 and 10. 11. So 11, 12, I send outside now. Let's see. There's some getting up. I'll wait. Okay, so tables 13, you can head 12 and 13, if 12 hasn't gone, inside to my stage left. 14 and 15 can head to the right on the outside where Roseman Nancy is waving her pamphlet. 12, 13, inside to your left. 14 and 15, outside to your right. Can we have tables 15, 16, 17? Inside to your left. Tables 15, 16, 17. Inside to your left. 17, 18, and 19. You're going to head out the double doors to your right. 17, 18, and 19.
I see my future. Still got thousands of miles to discover. We got some babies still in love. In the struggle we've known now above it. Body to body till I'm one with you. And no one can live without it. I'm caught in the moment, forgetting what alone is all I wanna be about. Yeah, 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 yeah. Thunder in the colors, but we're more than lovers. Always gonna be your man. All night.
Tables 20 and 21. You can head out the double doors on the right. Any remaining tables, you can go on the left. Tables 20 and 21, out the double doors on the right. Any remaining tables, you will go on the left.
Forgetting what alone is all I wanna be about. Yeah, 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 yeah. We're thunder in the colors, but we're more than lovers. Always gonna be your man. No one can live without it. I'm caught in the moment, forgetting what alone question in the way we touch. Baby, you know it's true. Perfection in the way you love me. What we're meant to do.
All the tables have been called, so feel free to either go to the double doors on the right or to get in line here on the left. We will be starting the award ceremony at the time Jason mentioned, and so get your goodies while you can. Thank you.
I see my future. Still got thousands of miles to discover. till you see the light. Keep going 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 till you see the light. Yeah. Keep going till you see the light. Keep going till you see the light. Keep going till you see the light. I feel like I'm a better me, yeah, a better me, a better me. Oh, it feels so good to finally be a better me, yeah. Oh, it feels so good to finally see a better me, better me.
Good afternoon, everybody. We are restarting the afternoon session. I hope everyone is enjoying their lunch. So what we're going to do next is we're going to have some comments. I'm going to bring up Mayor Demings to provide some comments, and then we're going to start the Citizen of the Year Awards. It is my pleasure to welcome back Orange County Mayor Jerry Demings. We couldn't provide... Programs such as these are made possible by Mayor Demings and his leadership. Please join me in welcoming back Mayor Demings to provide comments to us this afternoon.
All right. Thank you, Jason. We now have all of our commissioners here, and they will each be recognizing their Citizen of the Year within their respective districts shortly. Well, the reason why we have this community fair is to make certain that we are doing the best job that we can do to provide information to our residents about the services that Orange County offers. We like to engage in the Q&A so that we can clarify information. Also, we cannot do the jobs that we do here in Orange County without the great input that we receive from our citizens. Many of you volunteer on our various advisory boards. You volunteer at organizations like the Citizen Corps, and we do humbly say to you, thank you for your volunteer service. You volunteer out in the community, and this afternoon what we want to do is recognize some of those unsung heroes who work for free in our community to make those communities a better place. And so you're going to hear some stories in just a moment about the work that these citizens being recognized here in 2025 have provided to our community. While we're recognizing them, it is also about encouraging you that perhaps in the future you will be the one that will be recognized. But I believe that true public servants do the work that they do, not for recognition, but because they have the ability to touch lives. And so thank you for that. With that, Jason, you want me to go straight to the... Okay.
So we are now moving to our Citizen of the Year Awards, which Mayor Demings mentioned earlier. These awards recognize those dedicated individuals that continue to work diligently to improve the quality of life in Orange County. Each of the 6 commissioners and the mayor selected their respective Residents of the Year, and we recognize them for their contributions to this community. So we are going to start with the mayor's Citizen of the Year, then District 1, then District 2, District 3, District 4, District 5, and District 6. So, and Brandy Driggers, the Neighborhood Services Manager, is going to join us for these pictures. So our... Sorry, our 2025 Mayor's Distinguished Citizen of the Year Award goes to Mr. Ricky Lee. I know Ricky, yes, okay. Mr. Lee volunteers at numerous nonprofit organizations, including the Mayor's Martin Luther King Initiative, Second Harvest Food Bank, and World Orlando. He has served on the Mayor's Citizen Safety Task Force in 2022 and began working in partnership with Pine Hills Elementary on the STEAM events, as well as raising funds for the community to host these events. He is the founder of the Asian Pacific America Coming Together, a local organization dedicated to Asians and Pacific Islanders engagement. He also serves in various community service operations. He's also the founder, how I know Ricky, of Food Lovers Guide to Orlando and a great food blog. Please join me in welcoming Ricky Lee and congratulating him as Citizen of the Year.
All right, before Ricky comes up, let me just add to what Jason has said. Ricky is here with his mother, Miss Na Lee. Would you stand and be recognized? She's standing with the camera there. Ricky can perhaps tell you more about their story, but his mom is a refugee from Vietnam, and she came over on a boat with 40 people. And it was, she tells me that on that journey, they would have a sip of water in the morning and a sip of water in the evening on a 10-day journey. There was no food. And she almost died on that trip. But she was coming to America, a place that people from around the world come to. They dream of a better life for themselves and their families. She dreamed that Ricky will have a better life than perhaps he would have had in Vietnam. And so for the immigrants who come to our country from other places, we welcome you to the United States of America. She made it here, and Ricky is the oldest of her children. He was not born until 1984, he tells me. But he has two siblings, two sisters who are younger than he. And so for the Lee family, they have migrated and integrated into our community now. And because I believe of some of the challenges that his mother had, Ricky is a true public servant. He serves this community with humility. He does not request recognition, but it is my honor today because I see him everywhere. He doesn't just volunteer within the Asian Pacific Islander community, but the broader community at large. He always has a smile on his face. He gives his money to this community. And so because of that, we are recognizing him as the Mayor's Citizen of the Year for 2025. Ricky, would you like to say a few words? Okay. I'm putting him on the spot.
I just want to say thank you so much again, Mayor. A big thank you to my mom who sacrificed so much for her children to be where they are today. There's a saying, to whom much is given, much is required. And I try to live that in my life and giving back. And I think my biggest honor is, having the privilege to give back. Many years ago, I served on the mayor's safety committee, and we learned about lots of things happening. And I was like, well, what can we do? What can we do? I asked Carol, what can we do? And so I just decided to help out with some of the local schools here and just volunteer and do my part and just and that's my most biggest reward, to give back, because when you give back, it's given back to you 100 times over. So that's it. I was going to say.
I wish I could stay until the end, but I can't. I have to get on the road by 3 o'clock and head to Marion County. All right. God bless you all. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mayor Demings. Congratulations again, Ricky. So now we're going to move back and start with the District 1 Citizen of the Year. And I was told Mayor Taylor is here, who did not stand up to be recognized when I called for elected officials, but we do have Mayor Taylor here from the town of Oakland. All right. Our District 1 Citizen of the Year, as awarded by Commissioner Wilson, are Sean and Ann Fulton. The Fultons have worked for a number of years to create workable, affordable, sustainable, and a comprehensive solution to our ever-growing homeless issue in Orange County. A short, medium, long-term solution in one. Their aim has been to get the homeless community into a village setting where they can reset, get the services they need from nutrition, health care, and other abuse treatment to help to get them self-sufficient. Their greenhouse project provides an affordable, complete, and comprehensive launchpad for new lives for healing, focused on returning people to a purposeful life. Please join me in welcoming Sean and Ann Fulton to be recognized as citizen of District 1, as recognized by Commissioner Wilson. And Commissioner Wilson, if you'd like to share a few words.
Good afternoon, Orange County. How are you today? It's a good day. It is a good day to be here. It is a day that I look around, I see so many people that I'm so grateful for. I love that Ricky just said what I believe encapsulates what we're talking about today when he said, I asked, what can I do? It's such a simple question, what can I do? And it gave me chills because I thought, well, that's it. We should call this a What Can I Do conference, right? Because it's really about getting information about the resources, helping our community members, our neighbors. We are a family here, as Commissioner Scott would like to say. Okay, so I am extremely grateful also for the incredible staff of the Neighborhood Services Division, all of Orange County that comes together to put on this type of an event, really, and of course our Orange TV folks who are behind the scenes making sure that we can come back and revisit these moments. So thank you so much. It is my absolute privilege to honor two remarkable District 1 residents. I know it's a Citizen of the Year award, but they're a package deal. And so it was really important to be able to say this to both of them. They've redefined what it means to show up for community. Ann and Sean Fulton are problem solvers, innovators, and above all, neighbors who refuse to walk past a need without stepping up to help. Many of you know Ann for her get-it-done approach to life. When a neighbor or friend is facing a challenge, she doesn't wait for someone else to intervene. She just rolls up her sleeves and finds a solution, usually involving Sean. That same spirit carried forward when she and Sean founded the Oakland Society in 2024. What started as a simple commitment to help out neighbors in need became a powerful network to support with over 200 community volunteers. From visiting isolated seniors with care packages to building accessibility ramps, I don't think there was anything that they didn't consider taking on. Ann and Sean were always there to get it done. Their leadership, compassion, and creativity have shaped our community in ways that are hard to measure but are deeply felt. And for years, they've poured energy into supporting the West Orange Marching Band. Go Warriors. Yeah, for those of you that think I'm wearing my orange and blue today because of the Gators, maybe a little bit, but really it was a West Orange shout out. And the best people you meet in the marching band. So I just feel like it's such an important thing to point out that it's like a full-time job that they've had for years and years now, as a concession coordinator and, of course, now as the president of the coolest club in town. So the West Orange Marching Band family is so fortunate to have your dedicated leadership. Together, Ann and Sean have extended that same spirit of service to some of the most vulnerable members of our community. They work on behalf of our unhoused neighbors, developing Comfort Cubes, small mobile shelters offering safety, dignity, and a first step towards stability, to their visionary greenhouse project, and now to the My Backyard initiative. They are creating a new pathway for hope. Their efforts show what can happen when compassion is paired with ingenuity and persistence. Ann and Sean are more than volunteers, they are catalysts. They show what's possible when people decide that challenges are not roadblocks, but actual invitations to act. It's my great honor to present District 1 Citizen of the Year to Ann and Sean Fulton. Please join me in celebrating their extraordinary service.
on behalf of Sean and myself, thank you so much for this very awkward but humbling honor. Neither one of us thought this was a great idea, but we think it's a great idea to boost what we stand for. And like Commissioner Wilson said, it's to support those most vulnerable in our community in a dignified and beautiful way. Like Mayor Demings said, you know, sometimes the Lord uses you when you don't give him permission to, and this happened to my father-in-law, Sean's dad, and this is how all of this came about. He's an architect in Australia, and a young girl died on a park bench simply because she was homeless, and what was supposed to be a safe and beautiful community shook him to the core, and he's like, I gotta fix this. So he designed the original Comfort Cube and turned it into the greenhouse. And while there's not a huge homeless community in Australia, we have a massive, unacceptable homeless community here. And the least we can do is make it beautiful for them and to give them something dignified that they can call home to better their situation with dignity. So thank you all so much. That's it.
Congratulations, Mr. and Mrs. Fulton. Our District 2 Citizen of the Year, as awarded by Commissioner Moore, is Ms. Pam Welker. Ms. Welker has served the public in many ways for decades. Her emphasis has been on struggling families and people struggling with food security. During the past 3 years, she has helped the residents of South Apopka, cleaned up corridors, created community gardens, secured volunteers for placemaking, and led numerous community cleanups. And I suspect many of those programs would have been through the Neighborhood Services Division, so thank you. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Pam Welker as the District 2 Citizen of the Year as awarded by Commissioner Moore.
Good afternoon. It is a wonderful, nice, cool November day, and it's just a special place to be here with all of you and recognize these wonderful volunteers, because truly our communities are better when neighbors are loving their neighbors, and Pam really exemplifies that. I knew her probably 20 years ago, and she was always collecting clothes and shoes for the homeless. And when we started on trying to work neighborhood by neighborhood, corridor by corridor, she was always the first one in the community who would come out. And I'll never forget the day we were cleaning, it's called Sheila Road, and she organized it and had me park on this one side of the street, and I almost got killed about 3 times crossing the road. But I'm a glass half full person, and I thought about, if I almost got killed crossing this road, what about all of our pedestrians? And so it's been a 2 or 3 year journey working with Public Works. We've got a roundabout coming there. We put in sidewalks. We're going to have crosswalk. And then the corner itself was just there it goes. Anyway, you got to love Mateo. Okay. Anyway, the garden, there was this corner that was completely blighted, and we knew we had so many pedestrians in this area, and she called the city of Apopka to get them to do things. She'd call me to get things done, and she goes out there 3 days a week and waters. Now we have a beautiful garden with pallet furniture and a great meetup place for our young people. And so I could go on about her all day long, but it's time to give her the award.
Okay. You know, I'm only as good as the people who help me. I've got 12 people who, when I call them up, they do. So I can't take this award for me. I can take it for the group. But I do know this. When you love your community and you love the people and you love your neighbor, it's not work. it's a pleasure because you feel you're bringing the community together and you love them. You know, it's wonderful. But real quick, I'll tell you a story. When she got us the property to start a garden, we had no water. So I was lugging gallons of water in my car, driving down the street, like I feel like I'm going to the river and getting the water. But we finally got the neighbor. I went and talked to him. He was from Cuba, and he defected 3 years ago because his life was in danger. So his uncle took him in, and he works for his uncle. So I started telling him what I'm doing. He said, "You use my water. You use." No, I don't want to use. You use my water. So for a year and a half, we've been using his water. And today I went to him, and I'm talking to the city, which it really takes a long time. So I don't know if they have to go to Congress or what. I need a water spigot on the property. And the spigot, or the water connection, I forgot to tell you, is under the road. The road got wider. So I went to him, or I went to the city, and I said, just start paying for his water bill. Can you do that? And he said, yeah. So I told this man, Jesus or something, and he said, no, I want to pay. I'm going to be an American citizen, and this makes me happy. You know, that's worth it right there. So thank you very much. Am I done?
You tell me. Congratulations, Ms. Welker. All right. Next to our District 3 Citizen of the Year, as awarded and presented by Commissioner Uribe, our District 3 Citizen of the Year is Mr. Dickie Owens. Mr. Owens has worked to ensure the residents of Taft have a community park which can be utilized by the members of that community. He puts the needs of the community before his own and works to ensure safety of the community's residents. He's often involved in planning events to bring the community of Taft together. Please join me in welcoming and congratulating Mr. Dickie Owens as the District 3 Citizen of the Year, presented by Commissioner Uribe.
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, it's so wonderful to be here, and I was just saying all of my colleagues are so dressed up nicely, but I will defect and say we just came back from giving away 300 turkeys and boxes of food. So this is what you get when you've been up since 5 a.m. But I couldn't miss today, and I about drove my husband crazy because I said, we got to be there. But Dickie Owens, okay? Everyone had a beautiful story about how their persons are and how you work as a team and how incredibly committed you are. Dickie is a pain in the butt, okay? He calls me randomly all the time. We need this, we need that. Hey, are we getting this? Are we getting that? And I actually encouraged him to step up to the challenge and be a part of the solution and bring everyone together. And that's what Dickie's done. We're both Oak Ridge High School pioneers, so we're very stubborn. Go Oak Ridge. And we really grew up in very similar communities. And this is what it's all about. Dickie could be me and I could be Dickie. It's caring about our community, wanting to see better, being born and raised there, committed to it, and knowing that your neighbors don't always have a voice, and you're that voice for your neighbor. And so when I thought this year, and I got to tell you, I've got some incredible communities here representing. I love you all, Azalea Park, Rio Pinar Woods, Holden. You guys all came out, and you all have shared this stage with me over the years. But I wanted to recognize Dickie because you know what? Dickie never does it to be recognized. Dickie actually gets embarrassed when you recognize him. And he continues till this day and probably forever and ever will call me. And I love how he calls me. He calls me and challenges me. Didn't you say we were getting a water park? No, I never said we're getting a water park. Oh, okay. I thought we were. No. But you know what? was it 2 years ago? We had an issue in the community. And he said, you know what would be great is if we get a park in Taft. And I said, you know, that would be great. I said, let me see. And you know what? And we're proud to say we have a park in Taft. And it's beautiful, and it's growing, and it's giving more beauty, culture, and pride to our community, which is Orange County. So with that, I am honored to represent Mr. Dickie Owens here with his Citizen of the Year Award.
Being a resident of Taft for the last 58 years, you know how long I've lived there my entire life, and I've watched a lot of things come and go. A lot of people don't realize where Taft is in the county and what we have to offer down there. You get your gasoline, it comes from Taft. You get any product that you buy in the stores, it comes to Taft, to the rail yard. So anything that you need, remember, that's where it's at. And we get looked down on. I mean, it's a poverty level down there. It's a lot of mobile homes and everything, but we do have great people there, and the residents are awesome. And so if y'all ever get a chance, come down and, you know, look at our little community. The park itself is growing. We talked about it the other night that we'd like to have an Easter egg hunt down there for the kids. We'd like to have a trick-or-treat night down there for the kids. We know as a community out there, we can't trust what's out there and for the kids to be safe, so why not have it in our park, you know, and we're going to celebrate that next year. We're planning other events too. We just got to get with the, you know, the county and make sure that it's okay with them, but I think it's going to be great to have this next year. And that's it. I do appreciate the award. I feel that it's for all my residents, you know. We do have a Take Action for Taft meeting every Tuesday, the first Tuesday of every month. And this past week it was, I think we had 25 residents there that come in and they voice what's wrong, what do we need to do with the community, make it better. And we're making it better. We're getting the drugs off the street. You know, we're trying to get rid of the homelessness. We do have homeless camps around, and we're trying to get rid of them. We're trying to put the people in the right places. Thank you.
Congratulations again, Mr. Owens. The District 4 Citizen of the Year, as presented by Commissioner Gomez Cordero, is Bill DeMott. I hope I pronounced that correctly. He has turned personal tragedy to service by founding the Carry On DeMott Foundation. He has reached more than 100,000 students with presentations about impaired driving, bullying, and safe decision making. He secured grants to support victims of Orange County and partners with schools and law enforcement to extend prevention programs. Through the foundation, and volunteer service at District 4, he provides prevention resources directly to families. His work with schools and law enforcement ensures District 4 residents benefit from education and safety programs all the year around. Please join me in congratulating Mr. Bill DeMott, District 4 Citizen of the Year, as awarded by Commissioner Gomez Cordero.
Good afternoon, everyone. Buenas tardes. I have to say, District 4 selected Citizen of the Year as he have been part of my team, volunteering in my events and so. And all he does, like Jason was saying, is bringing that conscience to our youth and teens, which is much needed than ever. He comes with his family, and this all began when he had one of his daughters died in an accident in 2015. because of a drunk driver. So he have been very active in the community. And he also have been visiting schools in all Florida, around in the USA, also Alabama, and Georgia and North Carolina. But also he has been invited to Canada. And soon he will be also going to Puerto Rico to also bring that message over there. It will be by the Rotary Club that he will be endorsed to go to Puerto Rico as well. So we're not saying anymore. I have to say thank you to the DeMont family.
Leadership breeds leadership. That's my leader. No questions asked. She calls, we run. No questions asked, I call, she runs. We all make decisions every day. We get to decide how those decisions affect other people. Leadership builds leadership. Thank you.
Congratulations, Mr. DeMont. The District 5 Citizen of the Year, as awarded by Commissioner Semrad, is Ms. Pamela Seibel. Ms. Seibel has made a lasting impact on Orange County through her unwavering dedication to civic engagement, neighborhood advocacy, and public service. She consistently works to strengthen community connections, elevate the voice of residents, and advance initiatives to improve the quality of life across Orange County, whether organizing neighborhood meetings, advocating for responsible growth and environmental stewardship, or serving as a trusted resource for residents navigating county processes. She has exemplified leadership rooted in service and integrity. Her efforts have empowered countless residents to become more engaged in local decision making, and contributes to shaping a stronger, more resilient Orange County. Please join me in congratulating Ms. Pamela Seibel, the District 5 Citizen of the Year, as presented by Commissioner Martinez Semrad.
Thank you, everyone. I'm Dr. Kelly Martinez Semrad, and I'm your newest commissioner on the board. So this is my first time coming to an event like this, and it's been an incredible experience. But I want to tell you that Pamela and I are a little bit nervous because neither one of us knew that we would be speaking to all of you. So we're going off the cuff and from our hearts. I want to say that when I first met Pamela, I met her when she had retired, and what she retired from was a career for Boys and Girls Club and trying to ensure that every child had an equal shot at life, trying to get them, moving them along the process. I met her in her retirement. And when I met her, it was because she was working throughout our community to always connect person A to person B to this company to facilitate a community network. It's one of her greatest talents, her greatest strengths. She has consistently, since the beginning that I came into office, spent hours each week preparing for a 1-hour meeting where she helps our legislative aide make sure that we're constantly developing people-oriented policies and that we're advocating for sustainable growth, water quality, and community and civic engagement. She's that little bird on my shoulder sometimes, too. That tells me when I'm real down and out and you feel the weight of public service, it's just a little prayer that comes across my phone, and it's Pamela. It's just a person who sets up a community, helps us with our community food distribution that we also did this morning to make sure we've got enough volunteers. She is constantly making opportunities for other people without ever expecting anything back. And so it's my real honor to introduce Pamela Seibel, my friend, my neighbor, and a community leader in District 5 as Citizen of the Year. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. And I'm very humbled to be in this room because there's so many people in here who have done so much, including my commissioner, other commissioners, I know the mayor left, but each of you here today, we got to give everybody a round of applause. Come on, guys. When I was brought up, my parents taught us to always give back. Whether it was helping a neighbor, pitch hitting with somebody who was short something, it was always there. And I've been very, very blessed to be able to give extra time to pitch in, but I cannot say I couldn't do it alone. And I want to say a special thank you to my husband, Terry. He's here. Terry, you got to stand up. Oh, there he is. So, for anybody that's worked with youth or has kids or grandkids, it's teaching them early the wonderful feeling you get when you pitch in and volunteer. And we all have different talents. And I will tell you on my journey so far, I've fell into things that I knew nothing about to try to get a problem solved, including flooding, all the things with public utilities, and the zillion other departments of Orange County. But you know what? We figure it out together, and you surround yourself with the right people. And I've been delighted and honored to be part of what I call adding a brick to the foundation to make us stronger. Thank you.
Come this way for the picture.
We're just so excited. I know.
Congratulations again, Ms. Seibel. The District 6 Citizen of the Year, as awarded by Commissioner Scott, is Dr. Shanta Barton Stubbs. Dr. Barton Stubbs has dedicated more than 21 years to serving at-risk youth and families in Orange County through the founding and leadership of the New Image Youth Center. The center serves children and young adults ages 5 to 24, providing academic support, mentorship, mental health resources, and enrichment. During her leadership, she has supported 65 high school graduates, 15 post-secondary graduates, while empowering countless students and adult participants with skills and confidence to thrive. Her leadership has marked by extraordinary personal sacrifice. She has provided housing, meals, and emergency resources to families. In 2015, when last-minute financial barriers threatened the students' dream of attending Morehouse College, she co-signed the loan, making his enrollment possible. Today, the young man, Dr. Robinson Bassey, a Morehouse is a graduate of Morehouse and Auburn University and works for the federal government, giving back to our community while also working at that center. Her accomplishments are not just organizational. They are deeply personal, life-changing contributions that reflect her unwavering commitment to the young people she serves in this community. Please join me in congratulating Dr. Shanta Barton Stubbs, the District 6 Citizen of the Year, as presented by Commissioner Scott.
Good afternoon. I know y'all happy to see me, mainly because after me, y'all get to go home. And we a little bit over time. Real quick, while you may have one commissioner that represents you in terms of your district, we all make decisions that impact you. And I'm so happy that Commissioner Simrad recognized Pam. I met them a couple years ago, and I sat in her and Terry's house for almost 2 hours. I could have sat there longer. And so when you talk about people giving their time for their neighbors, for their extended family that is Orange County, Pam is certainly an amazing example of that. And so I just wanted to shout you out, Pam, because you know I love you forever. So I'm going to talk about this lady right here. He gave you a whole bio. I'm going to give you the story that you probably don't see. For 21 years, Shantae has been a mother, a aunt, sometimes a grandma. You know, she doesn't look like one. Whatever those kids needed, specifically in the Paramore community, but kids anywhere in Orange County. And so we lock in because that's why I ran for office, for what I do with the kids. And we share some of those kids, the ones that you got to talk to maybe 4 or 5 times, or sometimes 6 or 8 times. But in this work, I've seen Shantae advocate for heart surgeries, housing, dodge bullets outside of the center because someone's trying to shoot someone walking by, provide cars, rent, lights, food, diapers, and so much more. And when I got hurt, she came and gave me a care box. It was like a teddy bear when I was in the hospital and I wasn't feeling too well. And so I am so incredibly happy to not only nominate her for this award, but just be a partner in this work. Because at some point in the past 24 hours, you all have seen something online, on the news, maybe someone texts you something, you're like, wow, that's crazy. You can look at anything in Orange County and you don't have to say, wow, that's crazy. You can say, wow, that's amazing. And so I'm happy to be one of your commissioners, but more importantly, happy to be a neighbor to all of you. And I'm happy to introduce Dr. Shantae Barton Stubbs.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Commissioner Scott, and to Mayor Demings, and to Orange County as a whole. So I am just here to say that God did not get my permission for me to be in not-for-profit work. Actually, my goal after high school was to be very, very rich so that I can give back to other charities. And so he does have a sense of humor. But I'm so grateful to be able to serve in our Paramore community, Holden Heights, Mercy Drive, and Oak Ridge. I often say I was trying to find my why, and New Image Youth Center was started with one game of Monopoly, some snacks on a table in an old condemned building. And that one day turned into the next day where those kids began to call me and ask me to come back, and here we are 21 years later. And so it has been, thank you. It has been a journey. So many things have happened along the way. At one point, we were not even sure if we were going to be able to remain in Paramore. But because of everyone believing in our mission, we are now in the middle of building a $4.5 million building, which is going to be the New Image Youth Center Forever Home. So I say all of that humbly just to say thank you for believing in a 21-year-old African-American girl who was just trying to find her way. I was not from Paramore, but I saw a need, and I began to fulfill that need. I accept this word today on behalf of all of my board members, all of my staff members, all of my kids who we've ever served, and everyone who has ever believed in the good in the hood. Thank you.
TV.
Congratulations, Dr. Barton Stubbs. Yes, so there's been a request from Commissioner Wilson, fantastic idea, if we could do a group picture with all of the commissioners and all of the respective winners. So if I know maybe some of the commissioners some of the commissioners may have had to leave, that's fine if they're a representative. And Ricky, that means you can still come up. Let's just do everybody. Yeah. So all of the award winners and commissioners that are still here. You want to do it down there, Axel?
Okay. Now, the people in the back, we do have a job. The job is to
Good afternoon, everyone. We will need your help to celebrate the citizens of Orange County. So please stay on your seats and get ready to smile and clap.
Let's celebrate with, just bring your hands up in celebration. Okay, there. Give me a second. Let me get the camera ready, though. All right. Y'all good? Mm-hmm. Good. Are you all ready back there? Yeah, let's do it. There you go. And smiles. There you go.
Hands up, everyone. Big smiles. Hands up. Celebrate.
Beautiful.
Keep going for TV. There you go. Thank you, everyone.
So we have another set of awards to give out. So thank you all for your patience. And I hope everybody enjoyed the food and went back for seconds while we give out this another set of awards. So now we're going to transition to our Community Organization Awards. These individuals have worked tirelessly to engage their neighbors and help strengthen communities. Importantly, the winners of these awards are nominated and selected by their peers. So this is you all recognizing people doing great things in our community. The first award is the Monica Harris Spires Excellence in Leadership Award. This award is presented in the memory of Monica Harris Spires, a dedicated community leader whose work uplifted neighborhoods and brought people together. This award recognizes a rising leader who steps forward with vision, compassion, and service to their community, just as Monica did. It is our privilege to present the Monica Harris Spires Award to Ms. Kumbari Bubalal. Yes, Orla Vista is here. Next is the Excellence in Community Building Projects. Much of the hard work citizens do to preserve and maintain their neighborhood goes unseen. This award recognizes unsung heroes whose dedication and teamwork strengthen the very fabric of our community. The Excellence in Community Service Project Award honors organizations that take the initiative to improve the physical and social environment of their neighborhood, creating spaces and connections that bring people together and help Orange County. Please help me in celebrating Dee Deloy as the Excellence in Community Building Projects Award winner. Oh, here we go.
I'm hogging this thing just for a second because I don't see Myra here, but I'm hoping she's still here. I just wanted to say thank you to everybody in our Rio Pinar Woods is our neighborhood. In the 25 years that I've been the president there, I haven't had a board that I've had this year, and it's just been amazing. The reason this award happened was because of neighborhood services that have been so amazing to us with their grants. We're a non-mandatory association, and so we don't have any money. So the only way that we get money and stuff a lot of times is to do these big projects that we did, which was an entryway into our neighborhood. It took almost a year to do this, but because of neighborhood services and all the help that they put into this, and I want to say thank you to Myra Uribe because she wrote us a letter that actually helped us to get what we needed, the amount of money that we needed to be able to do this project. And it was very exciting. And all the folks at Neighborhood Services, I wanted to say thank you to them. They were just amazing people. I cannot even believe just how much that they put into us, being a small community, about 130-some homes. But thank you anyway for all that you did. Thank you for this. This goes to my board. It's not just because of me. And so thanks so much.
All right, one more award, well, two more quick awards. The last award is the Yard of the Year Award, recognizes a resident whose dedication to maintaining and beautifying their property truly stands out. If you're leaving, if you wouldn't mind, we're trying to still conduct the program, so if you wouldn't please leave quietly. Through careful maintenance and intentional design, the Yard of the Year Award showcases exceptional curb appeal. Their hard work not only creates a welcoming home, but also inspires pride in the community. Please join me in congratulating the Yard of the Year winners, Kevin and Kelly Frady. Are they here? Oh, here they are. Okay. So in addition to the award, they get some materials to further their efforts. All right, the last award for today is new, but we want to recognize those who went through the 24-25 Citizen Planner Academy class. The Academy is a monthly workshop that offers workshops. There's a monthly series that offers workshops about land development and the process within the planning field. They have demonstrated their commitment to learning about Orange County development, planning and sustainability, and how to make sure there is a sustainable future. We have elective classes, and these are the folks who are educating so that when they further engage Orange County, they're in a position to speak knowledgeably. So we're going to bring all of the winners up. I'm going to say the names. If you can start walking. Leslie Bartels, William Castro, and we're going to stay up here for a group picture. Cynthia Gosolowski, Sasha Goto, Abmiel Jimenez Sanchez, Mi Luang, Alexis Locke, Sandy Miller, Tonette Nelson, Giovanni Rodriguez, Sonia Stevenson, Jackie Victoria, Daneril Weems, and Nikisha Weems. So we're going to take a group picture up here. So is everyone up? How do you want us to position, Axel? Because I can't imagine. We need people in front. So could we? Yeah, we're gonna. So maybe the tall folks in the back. Who are you looking for?
William Castro.
Oh, is William Castro here? No, he must not be here. No, okay. Right. Hold on, you can sit right here. So now we'll give away our last prize for the day and then have our closing comments. Mr. Weems, don't go too far. So we do have our Conference Hoover App Leaderboard Award, and the winner of that award gets a 32-inch rolling TV. Is Mr. Weems, who was just up here. Congratulations. So the TV is right here. We can wheel it down for you after, not that way. Yeah, come get a picture and then we'll wheel it down for you. And thank you for your engagement through the Hoover app. So our program is coming to a close. I want to thank everyone who is still here. I want to thank also several people, the Mayor Demings and the BCC, for helping to support this program. Orange County government is also a major contributor. The Orange County Multicultural Center, Communications and Orange TV over here to my right, your left. We cannot put this program on without them, our partners. The neighborhood service staff, Rose Nancy Joseph and Lauren Prekop, also Sean Hawkins and Jason DiDonato. They're the ones who are helping to make this, leading this effort. Thank you to our exhibitors all the way in the hallway and our sponsors, MME 1040, Orlando Health, Fairwinds Credit Union, Florida Housing Loan Fund, Wendover Housing, and the Sprouts who donated these centerpieces. Thank you to our many partners who made this day a success. This concludes the conference. I look forward to seeing you in 2026. where Brandy will be the host and I will be in the audience. Have a fantastic day. Oh yeah, so please take all the centerpieces and all the fruit, but not the glass. Not the vases, but please feel free to take the fruits.